Hi everybody. I just want to, where's my live? Live. How's everybody doing? I'm a little cranky because I'm been denied fruits and vegetables today, and fruits and vegetables are like 3/4 of my diet, and I'm passing by the pears. I don't know why I can't have them. Passing by the entire case of navel oranges that I just bought. I can't have that. So bought a salad and all this stuff. Can't have that because I have to have a colonoscopy on Thursday. So I'm a little cranky about the stuff I can't have, and then tomorrow I've got to be on a liquid diet, so that should be fun. But anyway, I'm going to try to take my mind off it with going through this jury questionnaire over here. Now, let me get to where we were, but I just want to get into where I can see that you guys are live here. Know that we're live. Okay, over here. And I just want to do one thing really, really quick. Hang on. We don't usually go on this early, and for that reason, I just want to go over here and leave some information to our friends that we're on. And then I'm going to pull over where we were. If you missed part 1, we started that last night, so you can check that out. I want to do some call-ins as well, so we'll see if we get through this and you want to call in. Like I said last night, all you have to do, you can have trying to see something, download or have Zoom, or just call in on the number. You don't have to appear on camera. Okay, I'm just gonna let everybody see here. Okay, just wanted to do that. Shoot, I'm trying to do something and it's not letting me go through. Okay. All right, so let me get back to the live chat, which would be, where are you? Live chat right here. Okay. Hi there. Don't be shy. Say hi. Hi, Amanda Love. How are you? Everybody make sure you're in live chat. I don't know why YouTube thinks that you want them to decide what you can see and not see. Hi, Sherry. Hi, Deborah. Why is my... Hold on, I have to refresh my screen because my thing is not current. There we go. Okay, and I know that there's many of you watching, as I can see by the numbers, so let me get to the PDF. Where did I put that? Is that it? You are right here, right? Yeah. All right, let me pull this over. Okay, and we were... Oh shoot, is this the right one? No, this is not the right one. This is the one we went through yesterday, right? This is not the one with the juror, that was about the juror. Let me see. Yeah, no, that's not the right one. Hang on, I'll get the right one. This is the right one, I believe. Hang on. Is this the right one? Yes, I've got it. Okay. Hang on. Let me get this. Where are you? Trying to get my whole thing here. I broke so many glasses, and they got these stupid glasses, especially the blue light ones, and they're driving me crazy. But I'm coming there. Hang on. I just want to grab this and get this over here, pulled over here for you guys. So I hope everybody's doing okay. And after this, I'll take call-ins. So if you want to say something, you say something. Okay. Here we go. Okay, I've got it now. I've got it now. By George, I think she's got it. Now let me just see which tab it is in. Aha, this one. All right, give it over here. Get over there. So let's see where we were, right? And if you're just joining us, what was happening was that, and I told you guys this right after the verdict, that this was happening in a group I was in Facebook about this case. Juror number 1 and his wife started to appear in those groups. Well, juror number 1's wife was there already, allegedly, and she was also in court and yada, yada, yada. And another YouTuber, TikToker, lots of crazy things going on, like information that Mrs. Langille should have never known, and she knew. You read all this. You missed group number 1. Go ahead and do that. Okay, and then we heard that, and we saw yesterday, I showed you the actual motion to disqualify juror number 1 on November 6th, which was premised on juror number 1's suspected bias and prejudice in favor of the plaintiffs. Plaintiff's counsel, Mr. Anderson, changed his position several times throughout the course of oral argument on defendant's motion. Upon being pressed for a response by the court, Mr. Anderson replied, "I changed my mind. I'll go with juror number 106. So I'll agree with you." The court then pressed again, and Mr. Anderson responded, "I think I'm going to go with that." Then, as the court was outlining the agreement of the parties and identifying which alternate would take juror number 1's place, Mr. Anderson abruptly announced, "You know who I didn't check with throughout this whole thing? My client." After about 15 seconds, Mr. Anderson changed his position yet again and announced, "I'm going to go with my client. I have to switch positions because my client feels more comfortable with juror number 1. So I'm going to switch positions based on my client's input." Okay, and then to date, juror number 1 continues to post about the case, even to the point of advising the internet community regarding filings that will be made on Wednesday, November 22nd. The internet community, in turn, has suggested that juror number 1 remain humble and quiet. out of respect of the process, but as defendant has shown by reference to evidence, juror number 1 apparently has no respect for the judicial process or for the defendant's right to a fair trial before an impartial jury. Okay, and then he joined YouTube live broadcast with super chatting, $100 super chats. And then here's the ketamine. About creature comforts, that was the same verbiage as in Dr. Kirkpatrick's blurb there. Finally, it appears, based on a public search of the Sarasota County Court document, that Deborah Salisbury was involved with Mrs. Langille's 2007 domestic relations proceeding, a fact that was never disclosed on juror number 1's jury questionnaire during voir dire. Okay. We went through this. In support of a motion for new trial, Florida Rule of Civil Procedure permits a party to move for a juror interview if the party believes that grounds for legal challenge to a verdict may exist. An interview of a juror is proper where there is a reasonable basis to believe that a prejudicial act occurred supporting a legal basis for a new trial, such as improper contact with a juror or misconduct of a juror. Okay, a party moving for a jury interview does not have to conclusively establish that the alleged incident occurred and actually prejudiced his case. Instead, it is only necessary to establish a basis for an inquiry. In contrast to what is needed to prove entitlement to a new trial, a party seeking only a juror interview must set forth sworn factual allegations that, if true, would require a trial court to order a new trial. In this regard, a party should be allowed the opportunity to prove that he is entitled to a juror interview. Contact with a juror during trial about the pending matter, as defendant believes occurred in this case, constitutes presumptively prejudicial juror misconduct. Once an improper contact has been established, the burden that shifts to the party seeking to preserve the jury's verdict to demonstrate that the contact was harmless. Okay, so the party seeking to preserve the jury's verdict, which is going to be the plaintiff's side, is going to have to show that the contact that juror number 1 had with the other podcaster, with the family, whatever it may be, they're going to have to prove that was harmless. In this regard, once improper contact or juror misconduct is established by juror interview, the moving party is then entitled to a new trial unless the opposing party can demonstrate that there is no reasonable possibility that the juror misconduct affected the verdict. Well, how can they really do that, right? If it's true, if they can prove that, and they'll establish that in a juror interview, then how are they going to say that, okay, well, that didn't affect the verdict? Evidence of juror misconduct undermines the integrity of the judicial process and warrants a new trial as a matter of public policy. A juror who is biased or prejudiced is not fair-minded and impartial as required to prevent impairment of the right to a jury trial. The importance of an impartial jury is so fundamental that it is initially scrutinized at the inception of trial on juror challenges for cause. If there is a basis for any reasonable doubt as to any juror's possession of that state of mind which will enable him to render an impartial verdict, he should be excused. The test for jury competency is whether a juror can lay aside any bias or prejudice and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented and the instructions on the law given by the court. If there is a reasonable doubt about the jury's impartiality, the juror should be dismissed for cause. Evidence of juror misconduct is also evaluated after a jury is seated. Specifically, it is within the trial court's discretion to grant a new trial where it is later suspected that the jury has been tainted based on the basic premise that parties are entitled to a fair trial. Okay. In Norman, for example, the 4th District determined that evidence of conversations between the jury foreman and his brother, who was an agent of the defendant's liability insurer, warranted a new trial, even though the juror testified in a post-trial deposition that no substantive matters concerning the case were discussed. The 4th District noted that the trial judge had expressly and repeatedly instructed the jury that they were prohibited from discussing the case with third parties in order to prevent outside influence, and had further instructed them not to prematurely form an opinion as to the merits of the case or receive any evidence outside of the courtroom. Notwithstanding the trial court's explicit instruction, the offending juror admittedly engaged in 2 separate conversations with his brother regarding the case during the 3-day trial. The 4th District determined that the juror's conversations with his brother constitute objective acts that compromise the integrity of the fact-finding process and represented an instance of improper conduct which will not be tolerated as a matter of public policy. The court referred to the general rule that potentially harmful misconduct is presumptively prejudicial, and that contact with a juror during trial about the pending matter falls within this category. At citing Amazon, because the record demonstrates that a potentially prejudicial communication occurred and defendant did not dispel the presumption of prejudice, the Norman court decided that the juror's relationship to and conversations with his brother substantially undermined the plaintiff's right to a fair trial, compromised the integrity of this trial, and thwarted substantial justice, warranting a new trial. Defendant submits that it too is entitled to a new trial as a matter of public policy based on the undeniable appearance of impropriety arising out of the actions and conduct of juror number 1 and his wife. In this regard, the defendant believes a jury interview will shed additional light on the misconduct demonstrated by this motion and accompanying affidavit. And even if the misconduct is denied, as defendant predicts, neither juror number 1 nor his wife can erase the appearance of impropriety shown by their actions in social media posts. That appearance of impropriety, in turn, presents an independent basis for a new trial. Defendant is entitled to a juror interview to establish grounds for a legal challenge to the verdict. The defendant submits that it has satisfied the standard for obtaining a juror interview based on juror number 1's suspected contacts and communication with his wife regarding the case, presumed receipt of information from outside influences, and apparent internet research during the trial. Movement seeking jury interview does not have to conclusively establish misconduct occurred, but only of a basis for an inquiry. Evidence of juror number 1's suspected bias in favor of the plaintiffs, more specifically set forth in the defendant's motion to disqualify a juror, has been compounded and confirmed by unsolicited evidence discovered post-trial involving the heavy social media participation in the trial on the part of juror number 1's wife and presumptive agent, Mrs. Langiel, as well as Mrs. Langiel's presence at the trial and friendly communications with the plaintiff's advocate, Jules. It has also been confirmed by juror number one's own social media participation post-trial, which even the internet community has recognized is indicative of jury taint and misconduct. As noted, Mrs. Langille's social media posts include information she could have only obtained from her husband, juror number one. The evidence, therefore, provides a reasonable basis for a defendant to believe that juror number one communicated with his wife during the trial regarding the case, in violation of this court's instruction. Such communications, in turn, constitute presumptively prejudicial misconduct under Florida law. Contact with a juror during trial about the pending matter falls within the category of potentially harmful and presumptively prejudicial misconduct. The record evidence incorporated herein demonstrates that potentially prejudicial communications between juror number one and his wife occurred during the course of the 9-week trial. Defendant does not have to conclusively establish that the misconduct occurred and actually prejudiced the case, but only a basis for an inquiry. The defendant has satisfied its burden by supporting its motion for an interview with allegations of juror misconduct. As in Snook, juror number one is alleged to have deliberately disregarded the court's instructions not to discuss the case and to base the verdict solely on evidence presented during trial, as supported by substantial evidence submitted with this motion and a supporting affidavit. I just want to make sure that everything is going. I just want to keep my eye on you guys there. Okay, great. Juror number one's wife, Mrs. Langille, has not only demonstrated a shocking alignment with and emotional investment in a verdict in favor of plaintiffs, but as the wife of the jury foreman, her conduct threatens the integrity of the judicial process. Hi, Kim Young, welcome. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Lisa Short, how are you? Yeah, and you're welcome to call in too at the end. Hi, Kim, what did you say? I want to know how a certain TikTok person knew who one of the jurors was who would be deliberating. She said it on a YouTube live. Yeah, right? I hear you, Kim. Loud and clear. Okay. Threat of the judicial process. Defendant, at a minimum, is therefore entitled to interview juror number one to determine the nature and extent of his communications with his wife, with whom he resided during the course of a 9-week trial. If the social media posts and commentary of Mrs. Langille are any indication, those communications have been substantial, in direct violation of this court's instructions to the jurors, and therefore compromise the integrity of the judicial system and warrant a new trial as a matter of law. Hi, Janine. Defendant is, oh gosh, I'm in top chat again. I've got to get in live chat. Hold on. Okay. Defendant is entitled to a new trial if the juror interview establishes improper contacts and communications between juror number one and his wife regarding this case. Hi, Gary. Defendant believes it will establish improper contacts and communications between juror number one and his wife during the trial or other jury misconduct, such as improper internet research by juror interview. If so, the defendant will be entitled to a new trial as a matter of law unless plaintiffs can demonstrate that there is no reasonable possibility that the juror misconduct affected the verdict. In the face of substantial evidence of presumptively prejudicial juror misconduct, culminating in an exorbitant verdict, awarding plaintiffs every dollar requested on every count of their complaint, which itself should shock the court's judicial conscience. Defendant submits that it will be impossible for plaintiffs to satisfy their burden of demonstrating no reasonable possibility that the jury misconduct affected the verdict? Not surprisingly, defendant has not located a reported decision revealing the extent of social media participation and blatant bias exhibited in this case. The 5th District has noted that jurors who tweet, blog, and surf continue to disrupt and derail lengthy trials, resulting in mistrials and unnecessary waste of public and private resources. But this motion does not involve a mere instance of tweeting and blogging or alleged juror misconduct arising from the use of social media during a trial. So they're saying this is not just about a juror using their own social media to tweet or blog about the trial. This is different. Okay? Rather, the evidence presented reveals a shocking and pervasive use of social media by the spouse of a jury foreperson with whom the juror resided during the course of a 9-week trial, accompanied by a highly improper and pervasive bias in plaintiff's favor. The evidence also reveals juror number 1's participation in the same social media activity post-trial, demonstrating a shared bias in plaintiff's favor on the part of the Lingeals. Mrs. Lingeal, as juror number 1's wife, should have displayed an extra layer of respect for the judicial process, if only to avoid any appearance of impropriety arising out of her role as the wife of the jury foreman. But instead, she incessantly and publicly posted inside information on social media about the trial she could have only obtained from her husband. In clear contrast with Murphy, the circumstances at issue have substantially undermined the defendant's right to a fair trial. They've compromised the integrity of the judicial system and thwarted substantial justice, warranting a new trial. Indeed, while the defendant has not located a Florida state court decision with analogous facts, likely because of the egregious and therefore uncommon nature of the misconduct at issue, other courts have condemned the type of intra-family communications between jurors and their spouses or other family members that appear to have occurred in this case, even without evidence of actual prejudice. In United States versus, Gaffney. For example, the district court acknowledged that extraneous influences demonstrating the existence of partiality or bias may be shown by communications or other contact between jurors and third persons. The Gaffney court noted that third-party contact with jurors, once proven by a defendant, creates a presumption of prejudice and shifts the burden to rebut such prejudice to the opponent, acknowledging that the failure to negate the presumed prejudice results in a new trial. In Gaffney, 2 jurors readily admitted that they discussed the case regularly with their spouses, which the court observed was in direct contravention to the court's repeated admonition not to discuss the case with anyone. The Gaffney court concluded that discussing the case with family members creates a possibility that some jurors considered either evidence, issues, or opinions not considered by other jurors, and that discussion with family members about the case cannot be dismissed as harmless. The Gaffney court therefore determined that the misconduct warranted a new trial. Okay, so that another one warranted a new trial. Hi, Liza. Okay, hope you're feeling better. In Stouffer versus Trammell, the 10th Circuit concluded that even evidence of nonverbal communications between a juror and a juror's spouse was improper, warranting an evidentiary hearing. A trial witness in Stouffer testified to observing repeated nonverbal communication between juror Vetter and her husband, including the juror looking to her husband with a questioned look in her face, and her husband responding by nodding and rolling his eyes. The witness explained that the juror had given her husband the questioned look in response to a strong point by the prosecutor. Although the district court concluded that the defense had produced nothing more than speculation and denied the defendant's request to examine the juror, the 10th Circuit reversed, noting that the timing and context of the vetter's nonverbal communications and the witness's specific observations strongly indicate the vetters were discussing matters pending before the jury. The 10th Circuit concluded that this is improper juror communication and that the state trial court erred in failing to allow a hearing to investigate it, characterizing as implausible the argument that the vetter's communication did not favor either side. Notably, the 10th Circuit in Stouffer rejected the argument that a hearing was not necessary because juror Vetter stated that she had refused to talk about the case when her husband had attempted to talk to her about the trial. The 10th Circuit considered the juror's credibility, determining that the witness's testimony regarding the nonverbal communications constituted credible evidence of improper jury communication, and disregarding juror Vetter's explanation, the court went on to conclude that the proper remedy was a hearing to determine the extent of the prejudice, if any, to the defendant, concluding that the trial court abused its discretion by failing to investigate this communication adequately. In State v. Perry, the court similarly determined that juror misconduct had occurred as a result of expressions of bias against the defendant on the part of a juror's husband, requiring a new trial, even though the misconduct probably did not alter the result of the trial. Evidence was presented that the juror's husband had expressed his disdain for the defendant and hope of an indictment to a witness for the state, telling the witness he had talked to his wife, who had already decided he's guilty and was just waiting to hear your testimony. When subsequently questioned regarding his statements, however, the juror's husband stated he was just running off at the mouth and did not, in fact, talk with his wife. The juror corroborated her husband's explanation, stating her husband did not tell her the substance of the conversation and that she told her husband that she had rather not discuss this case. Hey, Margot. Okay. Like the court in Stouffer, the Perry court properly weighed the credibility of the juror and her husband and ultimately found from circumstantial evidence that the juror's husband had related prejudicial information to his wife, concluding that a prima facie was made and not refuted by the state. The court determined that the husband expressed anxiety for the defendant to be convicted, and his inclination to discuss the case was sufficient circumstantial evidence to support a finding of jury misconduct, acknowledging that misconduct of a jury may be established by circumstantial evidence. Even though both the juror and her husband refuted the existence of improper communications, the Perry court disregarded their testimony under the circumstances and made a finding of juror misconduct. These decisions are instructive on the issue before the court, specifically courts that have specifically addressed juror misconduct arising out of conversations between a juror and his or her spouse or family member regarding the case, have determined that such communications are not harmless, but instead presumptively prejudicial. Here the defendant has presented evidence and a sworn affidavit establishing a reasonable basis for the belief that juror number 1 and his wife, Mrs. Langeal, who resided together during the course of the 9-week trial, engaged in improper contacts and communications regarding the case in violation of this court's instructions. Mrs. Langeal's social media posts reveal far more than a passing interest in the case, and instead a strong bias in favor of the plaintiffs, and emotional investment in a verdict in their favor, similar to the juror's husband in Perry. Under the circumstances, it strains credulity to believe that Mrs. Langeal and her husband Juror number 1 did not discuss the case during the 9-week trial. To the contrary, the content of Mrs. Langille's social media posts reveal inside information she could only have discovered from her husband. Her heavily emotional investment in the trial and in a verdict in the plaintiff's favor is further evidence of a shared bias on the part of her husband, juror number 1. The same bias that prompted defendant's motion to remove him as a juror before the verdict. The circumstantial evidence gives rise to reasonable belief that juror number 1 and his wife together formulated a shared bias in favor of the plaintiffs during the trial, discussed that bias and the case throughout the trial, resulting in presumptively prejudicial misconduct, undermining the integrity of the jury process and warranting a new trial. Defendant therefore requests a juror interview in order to establish the existence of presumptively prejudicial communications between juror number 1 and Mrs. Langille. Although such communication surely will be denied, this court, like the courts in Stouffer and in Perry, has discretion to assess the Langille's credibility under the circumstances and to rely instead on the evidence in its totality. Moreover, assuming such communications are established, defendant further submits that it will be impossible for plaintiffs to prove there is no reasonable possibility that the juror conduct affected the verdict. Accordingly, defendant submits it has satisfied the standard for entitlement to a juror interview and that its entitlement to a new trial will be established once the requested juror interview is conducted. Juror number 1 and his wife should be ordered to preserve all text messages, social media activity, and other electronic data evidencing communications regarding the trial. Defendant has learned that individuals associated with juror number 1 and his wife have begun deleting social media posts and presumably text messages upon the belated realization that Mrs. Langille, along with juror number 1, are participants in jury misconduct. Any such spoliation of evidence on the part of juror number 1 and his wife will necessarily undermine the defendant's ability to provide the court with a complete record of the misconduct set forth herein. Defendant therefore requests the entry of an emergency order precluding juror number 1 and his family from deleting text messages, social media activity, and any other form of electronic data pertaining to this case, pending the requested juror interview. Granting emergency motion to interview jurors and to preserve text messages, and ordering foreperson to appear in court and to bring his cell phone for an in-camera review. See also People versus Newlander. Noting that forensic examination of a juror's cell phone revealed the juror had selectively deleted scores of messages or parts thereof, including entire web browsing history, and that her selective deletion of certain text messages demonstrated a consciousness that she had engaged in misconduct in violation of the court's admonitions. Defendant further requests limited discovery into the reference communications and electronic data in preparation for the requested juror interview. Conclusion. Circumstantial evidence creating an appearance of juror misconduct undermines the integrity of the judicial process and warrants a new trial under Florida law as a matter of public policy. A more compelling case of juror misconduct than the one presented by this motion can hardly be imagined. Defendant suspected juror number 1 of a bias in favor of the plaintiffs before the jury began their deliberations, and therefore moved to disqualify juror number 1 to replace him with an alternate. Deferring to his client, Jack Kowalski predictably chose to allow juror number 1 to remain, acknowledging his victory with a smile to his TikTok advocate, Jules, who developed a friendship at trial with juror number one's wife, Yolanda Langeal. Mrs. Langeal's social media posts and commentary in turn reveal not only a palpable bias and prejudicial in plaintiff's favor, but inside information she only could have obtained from her husband, juror number one. The Langeals resided together in the same household for the course of the entire 9-week trial. It strains credulity to believe that the Langeals were not sharing information regarding the case, particularly given the nature of their social media participation. Defendant does not have to prove actual misconduct to be entitled to a juror interview under Florida law. Rather, the defendant only has to establish a reasonable belief that misconduct occurred to be entitled to interview a juror regarding presumed misconduct. And once juror misconduct is established, a new trial is warranted unless the non-moving party can establish beyond reasonable possibility that juror misconduct did not affect the verdict. Okay. Defendant has more than satisfied its burden of proof on its entitlement to a juror interview under Florida law. Defendant therefore requests that the court order an interview of juror number one and in the court's discretion of his wife, Yolanda Langeal, regarding the communications and contacts alleged herein and in the affidavit accompanying this motion. Defendant further requests the entry of an emergency order requiring the Langeals to preserve text messages, social media activity, and other electronic data evidencing communications regarding the trial pending the interview. Finally, the defendant requests limited discovery regarding the issues set forth herein in preparation for the requested juror interview. Wherefore, defendant Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, Inc. moves this court for an order permitting defendant to interview juror number one and his wife, Yolanda Langeal, regarding the evidence discussed herein, opening discovery into further evidence of juror misconduct, and requiring juror number one and his wife to preserve all text messages, social media posts, and other forms of electronic data pertaining to the trial on an emergency basis. Okay, and that was filed November 22nd, 2023, of course. So, let's see what we've got here. Let's see here. If juror number one, Kim Young says, if juror number one and his wife did not discuss the case, how is it she happened to show up in the same courtroom where he was a sitting juror? Well, while he couldn't discuss the case, she obviously knew where her husband was, right? So she knew where he was. She knew he was a juror on this case. They just couldn't discuss the case. But he didn't tell anyone that his wife was in there, and then she was privy to information that he wasn't when they would send the jury out. So, yeah, you got that going on. Let's see what else you said. Hi, Gary. Does anybody want to call in? Do you want to call in? Makes you think she reached out to that family long before the trial. Kim Young says, Gary says, Kim, good question. It would make me wonder if they've known each other beforehand. Kim says, Gary, exactly. That's why I think a lot of these people knew each other long before this trial started. She said she had been following the case for years. I want to know. Okay, I got that. Okay, so does anybody want to call in on this? You let me know. I'm going to go and get some other stuff right now. Okay, so there's a December 15th hearing. Let's see, there's an agenda. Let's see what it is. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's see here. Just taking a minute to open up here. Here we go. All right, let's see. Okay. So 12/15/2023 at 8:30 a.m. courtroom 6C, motions. Let's see. So here we go. Agenda for the hearing. Let me see. What are you doing here? Hold on a minute. This silly thing. Let me bring it over here. Okay. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There you are. Okay. Defendant Johns Hopkins, All Children's Hospital, renewed motion for directed verdict, motion for new trial, and motion for miniature. Matters associated with liens, matters associated with pending sanction motions, case management conference. Is hearing evidentiary? No. During the December 15th, 2023 hearing, the court anticipates that it will call the following topics in the following order. The court does not anticipate ruling from the bench and likely will take all matters under advisement for later disposition. The court is aware that how it rules on certain motions may moot other motions. However, all motions will be argued during the December 15th, 2023 hearing, and the parties shall be prepared accordingly. The parties shall have their professional calendar with them in the event the court needs to schedule any further hearing, which likely would occur somewhere in the week of January 2nd, 2024. 1. Topic of alleged juror misconduct. Whether the court will allow juror interview or discovery or both, and if so, the parameters and timing. This will be a non-evidentiary hearing and no evidence will be taken. A total of 20 minutes per side, total of 40 minutes. Topic of renewed motion for new trial. A total of 15 minutes per side. Total of 30 minutes. Topic of motion for new trial. Exclusive of juror issue. A total of 15 minutes per side. Total of 30 minutes. Topic of motion for a miniature. A total of 15 minutes per side. Total of 30 minutes. Topic of motion for entry of final judgment, a total of 15 minutes per side, total of 30 minutes, and this includes discussion of the application of the lien, whether any insurance company needs to be added to a judgment, should a judgment be entered, and accrual of prejudicial interest, if any, should a judgment be entered. Okay. What did I do here? Hang on. Hold on, I'm getting the next page. Six, sanctions motion. A discussion of whether and under what conditions the court will address pending sanctions motions. A total of 10 minutes per side, a total of 20 minutes. Case management conference. Any matter provided in the rule. Judge Carroll has a hybrid courtroom which will allow participants to either appear in person or via Zoom. Please do not call the court's judicial assistant to advise how the participant will appear. Instead, Judge Carroll expects the participants to appear on time, either in person or via Zoom. And then the courthouse location, the courtroom 6C, Zoom credentials, Zoom webinar credentials will be provided to authorized panelists. Attendees can access the hearing via the link on the court's website. There are no fees for attending the court hearing via the Zoom platform. Hang on a minute, I've got to get my sweater on, I'm freezing. Okay. Attendees can access the hearing via the link on the court's website. You may access the Zoom platform at zoom.us. Please select the Join a Meeting link and then enter the meeting ID and password. You may also join the court hearing from Judge Carroll's Zoom video conference access information page. Court proceedings are open to the public. Members of the public may appear live or use the Zoom credentials to access the hearing. Judge Carroll will host the video conference. When you sign in, you will be placed in a waiting room. The court will admit you at the beginning of the hearing. Please name your video feed with your first and last name. Okay, hang on, I'm just trying to get my sweater on here. Please see the expectations for all participants on the 12th Judicial Court website. The court does not provide a court reporter. If a party wishes to have a court reporter present, the party must arrange for the court reporter's attendance and must notify all of the parties before the hearing. Okay, that's the most thing that we have, and I want to see something over here. Hang on one moment. Exhibit. Let me see something. Hold on. want to look at something. All right, hold on. You are advised that the court may record this proceeding via the court's digital court recording department. Not all hearings are digitally recorded, however. These hearings before Judge Carroll are genuinely recorded using digital court recording include termination of parental rights, certain guardianship proceedings, adjudication, modification, termination or revocation of adjudication of incapacity and restoration of rights, uniform child custody, jurisdiction and enforcement, act hearings, and temporary restraining order hearings. No recording proceedings. By court rule and court order, you are not authorized to make your own audio or visual recordings of a court proceeding. No one may take screenshots or other audio or visual depictions of a court proceeding. Recording a court proceeding is strictly prohibited unless approved by the judge. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court. Members of the media must comply with Rule 2.450 and Administrative Order 2020-232 regarding media coverage. Please contact the court's public information officer for further information. Late entry or technical difficulties. If you are not logged in when the hearing begins, the judge may not interrupt the proceedings to admit you in the hearing. If you're trouble logging in and wish to participate in the hearing, contact the court's judicial assistant immediately. If you are a person with a disability who needs any accommodation in order to participate in the proceeding, you're entitled at no cost to you to the provision of certain assistance. Please contact the Sarasota County Jury Office. Interpreters. And that's that on that. Let's see what else we have here. Some exhibits I'm trying to open up here. Exhibit number 3, 405. Let's see. 3, 405. Okay, what's this? Get rid of that, get rid of that. Here we go. Hold on, this is opening. It's just taking a little time. Oh, this is, okay. Let's take a look at this. This is Beata's, and this is public from the trial. The exhibits. This is the composition book. It's Kyle. She used it. This is, you see, this is a defendant exhibit 3239. Total rewards, nutritional, RD. Telephone number she has there. The defendant's defense exhibit 3239. Okay, and then we have moves hospital. Whoopsie. Contacted 10/8/16. Set retransfer. Right. ICU attending. Then she's got medication there, saying Dr. Hannah. 4-day infusion, 6-day stay. Risk management, call 1010, care ICU, Dr. Voss, Dr. N. Patel, ICU attending, Dr. Halleck, tall, look at, she puts a-hole, structure, overweight, Dr. Bitepa, female, short, Dr. Voss, Laura, called CPS, where I told her I wanted Maya to be home in our Dr. Birmingham, okay. Torture chamber, inhumane, unethical, not eating, only small amounts of sunflower. Okay, 10/13/16, she says, call from CPS, 5:41 p.m., Maya taken away, 35 minutes on the phone, the worst day of my life. 10/14, Friday 9:30, our court hearing, DCFS not follow procedure, didn't court out Dr. Hannah, everything. Something written consent, retaliation from ICU, Dr. Malik, she says. Catherine, RN, BI offers Ativan, Tramadol, Butterfind, colonoscopy, okay, endoscopy, okay, TPN, and Lipia going, let's see, 10/17, Monday, Amy RN, ate a little bit of spaghetti. Weight loss, ibuprofen, and then she puts doctor's school, hospital, homebound, IV, hydration, CPT, child pivot, child something team, Sarasota, med exam for Kyle, X something, interview for Kyle, Maya, fingerprinting Y, Pat Cozzetto, Maya's IVIG was due 10/16/2017 per Dr. Barr, 10/20/2016. Tylenol doesn't work for Maya's pain, only damages her liver. Can priest visit Maya or Sister Francis? Ask neighbors to do video testimony of what kind parents we are, what we did for Maya on QD basis, day and night. Deborah S. advised us to have family members keep calling. Social workers, Kathy Beatty, may visit our family, friends. If no answer or denial, then call Pat Cozzetto. Okay. Polish Embassy, email, text to testify. Hannah Kirkpatrick, John W. Tom McQuinn, former prosecutor, Rebecca, Karen Gorotsky, parents, Yahoo Group, California Potsies. Let's see. Plan, take Maya home, outpatient PT, aquatherapy, agility, psychological counseling, Eagle Wings, Scrambler therapy, Bonita Springs, pain management. Trial 1212, 1314, stopchildhoodpain.org. We looked at that yesterday and found out they do not endorse the ketamine comas and stuff. Dr. Sherry Philly, Children's Memorial, Herman, pediatric pain rehab, inpatient. Arnold Palmer, Orlando. Let's see, health. She's putting rehab. She's putting Shriver Hospital. Dr. Richard, she's putting that in there. Okay. Dr. St. Joseph's Children's Hospital, Tampa, Old Children's Therapy Center. Excuse me. Nutritional foods, favorite snacks for Maya, St. Joseph's Children's Hospital, Tampa, aquatherapy, anti-gravity treadmill. Not too much equipment. Okay, pediatric physical therapy. All right. PT and aquatics, like that. Outpatient, kids okay. Move ortho. Minimal equipment. You have Health, University of Florida, Gainesville. Another rehab. Okay, let's see what this is. 11/14/16. How are you, sweetie pie? How was your day today? Did you go to Child's Life today? What games did you play? Sunset, painting, drawing? Did you draw any pictures for Mummy? Did you make any new friends today? I would think that says. Can you tell me about Mr. Shepler and her lessons with you? Could you tell me about Ms. Detent and her lessons with you? Is anyone from Child Life is able to help with your homework? How are you handling the amount of work Mrs. Shepler and Detent are giving you? How is PT and OT going? Be careful so you don't overdo it. You can only tell how much is too much. Isn't it wonderful that the judge allowed you to get the body of Jesus, and you and your religious stuff? Has the prayers been helpful to distance you and help you fall asleep easier at night? How are you sleeping at night? What did you have for breakfast today? What did you have for lunch? Grapes, grilled cheese, something cheese here, string cheese. What kind of snacks do you get? What kind of fruits and veggies did you eat yesterday and today? She put strawberry, blueberry, pineapples, pepper, red and yellow. Do you drink a lot of water during the day? Some. Who helps you take a shower? Nurse. It's like hurting. Something to water. Who helps you get dressed? Pants. Pull up. Something anymore. I can't pull up pants anymore. Who helped you go to the bathroom? Toilet. I love all the letters you wrote to me, the cards you made me, the pictures you drew. I cherish every single item I get from you. I miss you and love you so much. You have all 4 paintings hung all over the family room. They are something hanging on the doors and windows, taped to some pictures. Why beautiful art, your beautiful art is displayed everywhere. I think about you every minute of the day. I pray to Mary and Jesus to watch over us all. The time since I cannot be there with you right now. And remember, Mary is always in your room and she will protect you just like I would. Please pray to Mary and Jesus every day to keep you from evil, sin, temptation, Satan's attacks and afflictions, fear of darkness, fear of something, sickness, disease, doubts, anger, all calamities, and from that is not of thy kingdom. Please remember, if you have any concerns, you can always call your lawyer. His job is to protect us also. Airport, Pawtucket, Chopra, Rhode Island, video 4/24/16, Maya, screaming pain. Dr. Joshua Prager, LA, California. Okay. Was Maya admitted to ACH? Better you, something, I don't know. Evil for vow for home. Maya failed. Equipment. Labs 10-9, cortisol, CT. Nutritional needs were not addressed. Let's see what this says. Recording Maya's call, 3-way call with Maya next Monday and Wednesday, 4 p.m. Christ Eve, Christmas, preliminary report by call. Labs, current therapy, med, 3 most recent progress, something, notes. Cheyenne spoke on 11/17/235, called 11/19. Got 1 card for 1 letter from Carol, I think it is. How is my sunshine today? Miss love, dream about you. What did you do today? Did you get 2 cards and a letter from Auntie Carol? Thank you for the gorgeous bracelet you made me. Something orange, red, black. Did you make any progress with something painting, with your painting? What other something are you making your daddy, Kyle, and mommy? What other gifts? Something what did you make for Claudia, Elizabeth, Peter, Regina? Something baby gift. I don't know what her name is. How is school? How's the tutoring going? Did you ask for help with homework from Child Life? Mrs. Dieter thinks that this might be helpful. How did you sleep last night? To a bed. Watch Christmas movies. Did you eat today? B and L. Let's see. Cereal, string cheese, something ice cream, 2 something hot dog on a bun. Did Daddy bring you the Lola something and fresh straw and blueberries and peppers, fresh strawberries? Could something made me another card or write better when you get a chance? I love reading those. Your friend Riley something misses you a lot, are planning to see you soon. I'll give her 1. Collect. What follow is something. Please remember to pray to Mary and Jesus. Mary is the mother of Jesus, but she's also your mother who now, since I cannot be there with you, so pray to her hard. She will listen to you. Protect you from evil and from all that is not of thy kingdom. Remember, if you have questions about your case or anything, call your attorney. Mike's job is to protect you. He cares about you. Annette, what happened here? Something, date and time. $11:21. Dr. Chopra at 3 p.m. We'll speak with Chopra this evening and get back to me. Angel flight. Thank you for the sunset paintings. What did you do today? Homework. Harry Potter movie. What did you eat today? Something, a smoothie. That was breakfast. Lunch, grilled cheese. What other items would you like me to buy for you to eat? Baby hot dogs and something bars, bars. How did you sleep? 2 a.m. to 7:45. Would you like to pray together now? Call your attorney, Mr. Mike, if you have any questions on issues, or if you feel someone is not treating you well, or if something to do something that doesn't seem right to you. Mr. Mike is working for me to protect you, and we care about you a lot. You can only trust him. How was your weekend? What kind of things did you do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? Who visited you this weekend? How did you like strawberry and blueberries? How about the candies with caramel? Which smoothie did you like the most? Lola straw. I gave Riley her bracelet. Did you get started on my fall theme bracelet? Which teachers have seen you lately? How is homework going? Are you using the laptop? Sophia has been trying to see you. Something cell washed. But the social wolves wouldn't return their call. Something. Maybe Charlotte can help us. Something. Turdy can enter it to record. Sunday, our 9 a.m. independent med opinion 750 won't be able to appear in court. Happy B-Day, darling. Dear Maya, if I could give you one thing in life, I would give you the ability to see yourself through my eyes. Only then would you realize how special you are to me. Who visited you for your birthday? What kind of gifts did you get? What are you working on in math, science, and English? Great therapy for your brain. What are you creating in arts and crafts? That's good therapy for your hands. How is my bracelet coming along? That's also great therapy for your hands. What kind of social did you participate lately? How is music therapy going? Kelly something. What songs did you learn to sing? Are you learning whatever? I don't know. I hope you can learn new songs to play for me when I get to see you. Have you been playing piano? Have you learned any new songs? What something do you have for next year? Plans do you have for next year? If there was something you would do besides going home, what would it be? I know we are going to have a great next year. I feel that you're going to get better. I really feel that Jesus and Mary will heal you and you will be able to walk again. When you are better next year, would you live to compete again in gymnastics or synchronized skating? I know you are going to be healed. I know you are going to be healed through Jesus. I know you are going to be like you were before May of 2015. I know you are so strong and you are So talented. I know you can do anything you set your mind to do. Okay, let's see here. Or eye protection. What is this about? The belt sander. Prayer for my daughter. Oh, Heavenly Father, I lift up my daughter to you. I love her so much. Please take care of her. Lord, cover her with your blessings and protection. Let me let go of my desire to conform her to my will. Show me how to protect her and guide her into wisdom. Let her know she is loved as she is. Let me love her also as she is. Let her know she is indeed a princess in a kingdom far greater than any fairy tale, a kingdom with a great king who reigns with justice and mercy. Make her strong in your word. Let her be tender and gentle, and let her love flow through her life and her heart. In Jesus' holy name, amen. Impatient. Something about rehab, I think. Philosophy. Possible mirrors, zero gravity, counseling. Outpatient. Pool. Let's see. Sacred Heart, Pensacola, inpatient, outpatient. Pool temp, Miro, Texas. Kinsey. Topping, zero gravity. Dr. Chopra, 1, 2, 3 to 4 hour flight. Let's see. Korean pal, something. Need referral from something. Hannah called. Maya, 30 pounds, 4'10". Eagle wings. Will seeing Dr. something will affect Dr. Chopra's decision, Judge. 12/3 letter video, 12/4 Charlotte's 4th birthday. Lori McCafter, something like that. Okay. Let's see. Parents web portal. My something web portal. Carolina pair. Edition. Gloria YouTube 30 minutes. Janice Feinberg. Okay. Andra Day. Rise Up YouTube album and something to the fall. Cleveland, Brooks, Cincinnati, Cape Canaveral, Janet Bernhardt. Chicago, Dr. Rivio, Central, something, okay, Hannah's something recent. Okay, Sandy, Carol, Jessica, ouch, something, Becky, Eagle, Joshua, Jessica, Shriver, 101, 102, 103, 105, 100, something, me, something, Sarasota, 46 miles, attorney. Okay. Story. About 3 months ago, Maya suffered life-changing asthma attacks after many admissions to several hospitals in Florida and Chicago, she's been left with crippling pain and the inability to walk. Maya has been fighting hard the last 3 months with intense physical and occupational therapy. A new diagnosis of reflex sympathetic dystrophy syndrome, RSD, brings new treatment options for Maya, including ketamine therapy. This treatment will put Maya in a coma for a few hours to reset her sympathetic nervous system. This procedure, however, is not covered by insurance. Please keep Maya and our family in your hearts and prayers. If there's anything else I could do, please let me know. Nicole Kramer, financial counselor. And this is an email. Let's see. Buenos tardes. Must be about her. All right, let me go back now. See what else we have. Okay, so that was let's see what this is. Great. Okay, this thing takes time. It takes time to open up. Okay. Let me see here. All right, let's see, canceled by, where's that? It's not the one we want. Okay, order in the court. Here we go. Why won't you open up larger, please? There we go. Okay, exhibit. Let's see, that was 79. Okay, let's go to the next defense exhibit. Gosh, my arm is killing me here. All right, let's see here. Sorry, guys, this is just being silly. Very silly. Trying to open this one thing and it's not. There it goes. Finally. Okay, this was. Let me flip this. Flip it. Flip it. There we go. Okay, so let's pull this over. More evidence from the defense's exhibits. Okay, employee name, Catherine Beatty. (10/109), hire date, effective date. Okay. Annual review. Okay. Kathy is an experienced, this is employee objectives, social worker whose current assignment is PICU, Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. She is comfortable dealing with the serious traumas in mental health patients that are often admitted to PICU. Kathy easily establishes excellent working relationships with healthcare colleagues as well as with patients and their families. Kathy was nominated for Employee of the Month by one of her colleagues in PICU. She is an advocate for the social work profession and continues to seek out new knowledge. She has completed training in child-parent psychotherapy, being sponsored by the Infant Maternal Mental Health Program. She has been unable to follow any patients due to the fact that the Infant Maternal Mental Health Center is not yet seeing patients on campus. She is participating in the group supervision for a child-parent psychotherapist which is occurring at other centers. An area that she continues to work on is recognizing the scope of her practice in PICU. She has certainly improved in this over the past year, but she still occasionally will get into areas that are not her direct responsibility in this setting. Kathy has acted as a mentor to the staff around mental health assessment and crisis counseling. She is actively involved in the department and is an informal leader. Kathy is an asset to the department and will be a pleasure to work with in the coming year. 2015 goals. Provide psychotherapy to 2 patients in the infant family mental health program. Goal. Unattainable due to program not yet accepting patients on this campus. 2. Be a resource to social work colleagues for social work practice and mental health issues. Met 2016 goals. Develop at least 2 professional developmental programs for the department. Work with the director to review and revise documentation expectations for psychosocial assessments. Okay, Catherine Beatty, this is received human resources under the supervision of a department supervisor and as a member of the interdisciplinary team. This person will assist the patient, family, and healthcare team in identifying the psychosocial factors which contribute to the health problem, influence the medical treatment, or impact planning for discharge from the hospital. This position requires competency in a wide range of therapeutic modalities, resulting in a complex level of intervention. Function. Interview patients or family significant others of patients for the purpose of gathering data. Completes a psychosocial assessment history on patients. Standard of measurement. Consistently demonstrates ability and competency in interviewing patients and family members at an age-appropriate level in order to obtain information about the patient's social, psychological, cultural, environmental, and financial situation. Utilizes information to complete a psychological assessment and develop a treatment plan commensurate with the developmental level of the patient, client, and patient's family's need for intervention. Source of measurement. Supervisory evaluation of written psychosocial assessments and discussion of the psychodynamics of cases in supervision. Frequency of measurement. Review of 10 documented psychosocial assessments as well as discussion of psychodynamics of cases in supervision. Meets standard. 85% of reviewed and discussed cases demonstrate the above standard. Exceeds standard. 95% of reviewed and discussed cases demonstrates the above standard. Performance. Exceeds standard. Kathy is an experienced social worker who clearly is able to assess patients and families across multiple specialty areas of the hospital. She has particular expertise in evaluating patients who need to be screened for taking their life risk. Okay. Provides interventions based on assessed need. Standard of measurement. Consistently utilizes family and community resources to assist patients' families in achieving their optimal level of functioning. Provides counseling, including crisis intervention, bereavement, and or supportive counseling to patients' families in order to assist them with the resolution of their psychosocial responses to hospitalization, illness, and or crisis. sources of measurement, supervisory observations, frequency of measurement, ongoing measurements over the period of evaluation, meets standard. 85% of staffed cases demonstrate the above standards, exceed standards. 95% of staffed cases demonstrate comprehensive treatment plans. Performance exceeds standard. Kathy has a breadth of knowledge of community resources available to patients and families in Pinellas County. She has also developed knowledge about resources in other counties. She provides crisis counseling to patients and families in PICU. 3A, provides knowledge to other healthcare professionals regarding the patient's and family's psychosocial problems, social work interventions, and plans. Consistently demonstrates the ability to work within and maximize the strengths of an interdisciplinary health care system. Recommends, consults to others as needed, and communicates concisely to team members. Source of measurement, survey to the social workers healthcare team and supervisory observation. Frequency of measurement, annual survey, meets standard. 80% of survey responses are satisfactory, exceeds standard. 95% of survey responses are satisfactory, exceeds standard. The healthcare team expresses satisfaction with Kathy as a participant on the healthcare team. Meets documentation criteria as set by departmental quality assurance standards on a consistent basis. Demonstrates the ability to select pertinent information for documentation in the medical record. Source of measurement, medical record review using a departmental evaluation form. Frequency of measurement, annually, meets standard. 80% of reviewed medical charts are satisfactory. Exceeds standard. 95% of reviewed medical charts are satisfactory. Attends regularly scheduled supervision, accepts supervisory feedback, and incorporates suggestions into practice. Source of measurement, supervisory observation, and accomplishment of year's goals and objectives. Frequency of measurement, ongoing over the period of the evaluation, meets standard. Attends 90% of the scheduled supervisory conferences and achieves 80% of goals and objectives. Exceeds standard. Attends 100% of scheduled supervisory conferences and achieves 100% of goals and objectives. Exceeds standard. Kathy attends 100% of her supervisory conferences and achieved her goals. She makes appropriate use of consultation with difficult patient situations. Maintains clinical skills and competency in the field through appropriate educational, organizational, skill building activities, in services and outside conferences. Source of measurement, documentation of continuing education hours which are pre-approved by the supervisor. Frequency of measurement, ongoing over the period of the evaluation, meets standard. Achieves 15 continuing education hours related to social work practice. Okay. Just want to make sure you guys are okay here. Social work practice. Exceeds standards, achieves 20 continuing education hours related to social work practice, provides clinical supervision for licensure to departmental staff as requested, adheres to state, department, and organizational guidelines for supervision, maintains records and documentation of supervision. Source of measurement, documentation of clinical supervision provided. Frequency of measurement, ongoing over the period of the evaluation, meets standard, provides clinical supervision as requested by supervisor, exceeds standard, provides clinical supervision to 2 or more departmental staff over the period of the evaluation. Okay, and then it says exceeds standard. Kathy has achieved 25 hours of continuing education hours over the period of this evaluation, and she meets the standards. Prioritizes and organizes work for accurate and timely outcome, collects accurate and pertinent data in order to prioritize patient contact. supportive services, and administrative work in an organized manner, utilizes time in an efficient manner in order to maximize outcomes within established timeframes. Source of measurement, observation, supervisory review of patient contact, prioritization, report of problems, and submission of reports on time, frequency of measurement, ongoing over the period of evaluation, meet standard, no more than one counseling over review period, exceeds standard, no counseling over review period, meet standard, follows hospital and departmental policies and procedures, follows department on-call rotation as assigned, complies with all hospital and department policies and procedures, source of measurement, observed or reported noncompliance, frequency of measurement, ongoing during the period of the evaluation, meets standard, no more than one confirmed observation or report of noncompliance, exceeds standard, no confirmed or unconfirmed observation or report of noncompliance, meets standard. Okay. I'm glad, Kim. Yeah, you can definitely give your opinions here. Believe me, I was at the one of the the major law channels that streams the trial, and forget it. You would be attacked if you didn't follow a certain narrative in the chat. You couldn't even express a concern. I never did anything like, just like rudely or anything, but just concerns or ways I felt, and you would be jumped on. Like somebody else on our channel went over there and she was just attacked for having a different opinion. It's horrible. Conducts seminars and workshops and makes public presentations as requested. Demonstrates professional expertise in psychological issues as they relate to either medical, social work in general, or specifically to a medical condition, illness, or disability. Source of measurement. Formal presentation is made to professionals in the hospital or in the community. Participation in planning a program for professionals. Frequency of measurement. Ongoing. Supervisory observation. Knowledge. Meets standard. Makes one formal presentation or participates in planning one professional program. Exceeds standard. Makes two formal presentations or makes one formal presentation and participates in the planning of one professional program. Meets standards. Kathy has led case discussions on a monthly basis with social work staff. Demonstrates professional competency and commitment by providing opportunities to graduate social work students. Demonstrates professional competency and commitment by providing learning opportunities to graduate social work students. Source of measurement. Provision of learning opportunities to graduate social work students. Frequency of measurement. Ongoing supervisory observation. Knowledge. Meets standard. Provides 3 learning opportunities to a graduate social work student. Exceeds standard. Serves as a field instructor for a graduate social work intern. Exceeds standards. Kathy is currently a field instructor for a graduate social work student from FSU. She has also been an instructor for a graduate social work student from the University of Illinois. 10. Performs other related duties incidental to the work described herein. Willingly accepts other duties assigned and completes them per expectation. Source of measurement. Supervisory observation. Frequency of measurement. Ongoing over the period of evaluation. Meets standard. Completes assignment and turns reports in on time. Volunteers for extra work on call. Exceeds standard. Completes assignments independently within time frame designated. Voluntarily assists others with work on call. Exceeds standard. Kathy has volunteered to participate in department work groups. She has volunteered to take part in the child parent psychotherapy training for the infant family mental health program. She has also volunteered to assist other social workers where there have been on-call issues. Demonstrates service excellence and provides a safe environment for patient care. Demonstrates competency in service excellence and patient safety throughout utilization of appropriate responses and constructive problem-solving techniques for ongoing safety awareness, especially as it pertains to a pediatric facility that includes utilization of work habits that create a safe environment for patients, staff, students, physicians, volunteers, and visitors by such practices as proactive identification and assessment of potential risks and communication, appropriate interventions and communication when safety issues are identified, constructive participation in department meetings related to safety issues, constructive participation in organization-wide safety initiatives such as in-service programs, safety fairs and other safety initiatives, special analysis, root cause analysis, and failure mode effects analysis, and promotion of clinical and environmental safety, reporting of any significant occurrence or variance with appropriate documentation, confrontations with difficult individuals and or situations, effective communication skills to foster positive employee relations, respect for patient privacy, communication with the framework of appropriate reference to age, gender, and physical limitations for patients, families, peers, and visitors. No more than 2 valid occurrences per year meets standard. Supervisor observation with documentation. Exceeds the standard. Kathy is very aware of safety issues for patients and families. She is very respectful of patient-family confidentiality. Okay, requirements. Master of Social Work degree must be licensed in the state of Florida. LCSW must have excellent interpersonal skills, excellent communication skills, and good writing skills. Must be able to work well under pressure and manage stress effectively. Must be knowledgeable about and intervene effectively with the unique age-specific needs of the assigned patients and families. Must be, working conditions, must be able to communicate verbally and have a good hearing acuity. Must be able to move about the hospital campus. Nothing more than light lifting would be expected. Minimal exposure to hazardous materials and communicable diseases. Most work will be performed in an indoor controlled environment. Some outdoor travel from building to building on campus will be required. Occasional home visits may be required. May be required to work evening, night, or weekend hours. Patient care. Provide patient care. Attach annual review, age-specific core performance competency form. Okay, Director, Integrated Care Management, Social Worker 2. No formal lines. Supervisors. Okay. Okay. Kathy Beatty. Okay, so since we went through this, I'm just going to read about her performance on these because it's just a different review. This is for 10/30/2016, right at that time that Maya was there. Okay, so we're just going to read about her performance. Exceeds standard. Kathy has an invaluable amount of experience as a social worker. She demonstrates an ability to accurately assess the needs of patients throughout her documentation and support. She provides to the patients and families. She has worked on multiple units in the hospital and can adapt well to the different types of assessments that are needed for each unit. Kathy demonstrates particular expertise in assessing for the risk of taking your life. Okay, number 2, provides interventions based on assessed need. Performance exceeds the standard. Kathy has a breadth of knowledge regarding community resources to help parents and families. Kathy is resourceful in locating resources to meet the needs of the patient if she is aware of resources for a particular need. Kathy provides crisis and supportive counseling to patients and families in the PICU. Kathy has also been instrumental in identifying patients that could benefit from palliative care services. Okay, here we go. This is about providing knowledge to other healthcare professionals and regarding the patients and families, psychosocial problems, social work interventions, and plans. And her performance review says that she exceeds standards. Healthcare team surveys were all positive. They feel Kathy is a valuable member of the PICU team. Kathy communicates well with her team to keep them apprised of her interventions that she has implemented and the plan for the patient. Okay, and the next is that she meets the standard. Documentation is thorough and concise. Kathy's documentation is not always timely, which has created issues when the patient is transitioned to another social worker, as they are unaware of the interventions that need follow-up. Sometimes documentation has been started in the medical record but not completed and signed off for a day or two. So she's a little late on her work. A lot of people are, but things come up sometimes, right? Okay. Actively participates in supervision as well as in services, conferences, and workshops to promote professional development, and her performance review says that she exceeds the standard. Although we do not have regularly scheduled supervision, Kathy seeks supervision through case consultation when deemed. She often tries to problem solve solutions. Kathy also leads a peer support meeting to which difficult cases are often discussed with other social workers. Kathy has exceeded standards regarding continuing education hours. She has completed 21 hours, and she meets standard. Kathy is not currently provided clinical supervision, but has voiced interest should the opportunity present itself. She meets the standards of prioritizing and organizing work for accurate and timely outcome. She follow hospital and departmental policies, procedures, follows departmental on-call rotation as assigned. She exceeds the standard there. Kathy follows hospital policies. Kathy often volunteers for extra on-call shifts and follows department policies related to on-call. She is also participating in a department policy workshop. Next function, conducts seminars and workshops and makes public presentations as requested. She meets the standards. Kathy leads monthly case discussion with social work staff. Kathy has been presenting to the CPP team. She presented 12 times along with 35 minor sessions. Demonstrates professional competency and commitment by providing opportunities to graduate social work students. She exceeds the standard. She has supervised 2 students this year. Next function, performs other related duties incidental to the work described herein. She exceeds the standard. Kathy often volunteers to participate in department work groups and volunteers to help out with extra coverage, such as covering the CVICU in addition to her regular assignment in the PICU until that position is filled. Kathy also volunteers to take extra on-call as needed. Okay, let's see here. Other functions. Okay, this demonstrates service excellence and provides a safe environment for patient care. And her review says that she exceeds standard. Kathy is very aware of safety issues. She is respectful of patient and family confidentiality. Given she has a lot of Baker Acts and risks of someone taking their life screenings on her unit, she's aware of the safety issues that can arise with these patients and works with the medical team to address these issues. right. Let's see, employee information. Performance form for Catherine R. Beatty. Goals, 35% of the goals that are set with the manager at the beginning of the year. Professional development, major responsibilities, 35%, and core values, 30%. There is also a job description document section in which you will find the most current version of the job description. The performance data will be used to determine compensation increases, so please provide as much detail as possible. Okay, so she meets expectations in the goals, but she needs some improvement. This template has been revised, and Kathy is adapting well to transition. In a random review of medical records on 9/24/2018, there were some concerns found related to Kathy's documentation as follows. 2 complex patients with last documentation on 9/5 and 9/12. A patient with no assessment that has been here since 8/26. Patients from both 9/9 and 9/10 with no assessment. Patients from 9/18, 9/19 with no assessment. Employees' comments. We are currently revising our documentation template during staffing and are in the process of SWCL reports she will go over in staff meeting. We also created the Take Your Life assessment complete. Additional ratings and comments. Comments by Jennifer Thorpe. Early in the performance year, Kathy had challenges related to timely and complete documentation. Since March of 2018, Kathy has made great improvements in her documentation, which is now timely, thorough, and meets JCAHO standards. Okay, this is about engagement. Manager's rating meets expectations, highly exceeds expectations. Manager's comments. The social work engagement scores on teamwork increased in 2 parameters and decreased in 2 parameters when compared to the previous year. A PICU service template was created and shared with the SW. Several team building events have taken place. Complete. I call my fellow teammates and see how they are doing a couple of times a week and call the social work on duty when I leave to make sure they are okay and don't need help before I leave. Comment by Jennifer Thorpe. Kathy has participated in the teamwork activities of the social work department. Kathy also proactively engages in the PICU leadership and the multidisciplinary team and brings best practice recommendations back to the social team. Social worker will shorten length of stay by 0.1 days based on case index matrix by December 2018. The LOS did not see a decrease, but this was not related to anything in Kathy's span of control. We have had community resource programs come to social worker meetings and to present, so we have better resources to provide families. Also, on BA 52s in the PICU, I work with multiple BA 52 facilities to ensure an appropriate placement as quickly as possible. One of the strategies I bring to huddle is to ask the attending to please round on these patients first, as it is easier to place in the morning than later in the afternoon. Complete. The employees' comments. Additional ratings and comments by Jennifer Thorpe. Kathy has been very proactive in planning for timely discharges of her assigned patients. Professional development. Manager's comments. Kathy completed 28 CEUs. Employee comments. I am completing online CEUs and will complete this goal by the end of June. Goal is completed. Comments by Jennifer Thorpe. Kathy is actively completely social work related CEUs and education to stay in tune with best practice standards and requirements. Okay, job description, major job, manager's comments. Okay, it says manager's rating meets expectation and highly exceeds expectations. Kathy is a skilled clinician. She has a great knowledge base and is effectively able to intervene and advocate for the patients and families she cares for. She has developed a strong relationship with the PICU team and often works with patients and families in complex situations. She is skilled at de-escalating situations, which is often needed in the unit she covers, the PICU. One area for improvement for Kathy is her documentation. I know she works with patients and families much more than she documents, and this is problematic as others don't have her information readily available in the chart. Okay, and the employee's comment is, daily I check the task list and meet with new admissions to complete the psychosocial assessments necessary to help our patients and their families with medical treatment and outcomes. Also, I complete all my risk screenings and assessments on a timely basis and also complete paperwork when clinically indicated. Patients are provided with community resources such as Clothes for Kids, WIC, community outpatient, mental health services, food pantries, Medicaid, SSI, SSDI, resources as appropriate. Daily in the PICU, I provide therapeutic interventions and education that are tailored to the family and their child. Daily, I attend huddle and interact with the PICU team to develop the plan of care and identify barriers in order to provide a timely discharge. I work to maintain timely communication and documentation so all members of the team have updated information on each patient. Complete. Okay, comments by Jennifer Thorpe. Kathy demonstrates dedication to her to her job and assigned patient population. Kathy completes her assigned tasks in a timely manner. Kathy also has a great working relationship with case management. Core values. In this section, you will see the core value competencies. Both the employee and manager are required to assign rating for each competency at the end of the year. In addition, you may enter comments to support your ratings, although they are not required in this section. For additional information, click here. Okay, that's here. Here's the manager's comments on core value excellence and discovery. That she meets expectations and she highly exceeds expectations. Kathy is committed to providing quality service. She utilizes the resources available for each patient situation to best meet their needs. And then the employee's comments. Catherine is always available to her patients and their families. She spends time whenever necessary with families to ease their concerns and fears of the admission. She is flexible with her time and demonstrates a willingness to be responsive. I am an expert on the company's products and services and a resource to others who work with customers. I have taken the time necessary to learn the details of how customers use our products and services. I can be counted on to answer even the most complex and challenging of customer questions on the spot. I make myself fully available to my customers. I let my customers know how to reach me at all times and make arrangements for alternatives if I will be unavailable. I spend any extra time necessary at the customer's location to ensure their satisfaction. I expertly handle even the most difficult of customer questions and complaints. I listen calmly, ask insightful questions to better understand the issues and take decisive action as soon as possible. If I do not have an answer on the spot, I do whatever research is needed and personally get back to the customer. Comments by Jennifer Thorpe. Kathy is meeting this core value. Kathy takes responsibility for correcting service problems, bringing in others to help when necessary. Manager's comments. This is, what is this? We got this, okay. Kathy is often called upon by her peers in input on individual cases. She is the social worker that has been instrumental in her role out of these self-care groups for new nurses. Employees' comments. Catherine actively protects confidential information. She is always careful to guard against careless release of important information and makes sure that others follow her lead. Catherine is always trusted and respected by others. She is admired for being honest, direct, and a person of her word. Catherine will always remind others about company values and ethical standards when ethics-related decisions need to be made. She lends her experience and judgment when others need help. Okay, additional ratings and comments by Jennifer Thorpe. Okay, Catherine stands by her decisions and makes the best out of situations where she encounters opposition or negative results. While Kathy is a well-respected, tenured member of the PICU team, Kathy could take a more active role related to mentoring new employees. Kathy is very proud to participate in the new nurse cohort and finds it very refreshing to work with novices in the healthcare industry. Kathy has also expressed that she would like professional guidance and development by Lacey Shabbos. Core value, diversity, and inclusion. Kathy meets this standard. Catherine is consistently flexible and open-minded. When new ideas come up, she is ready to evaluate them. She listens carefully to others, takes an objective view of situation, and alters her approach to accomplish goals better. Catherine has created an inclusive, respectful work environment. She includes all individuals in group projects and makes each person feel valued. She expresses a real interest in different perspectives and a sensitivity to different styles of thinking and interacting. By looking at differences as valuable assets, she maximizes the talents in her group. Comments by Jennifer Thorpe. Catherine is flexible and open-minded. When new ideas come up, she is ready to evaluate them. She listens carefully to others, takes an objective view of situations, and alters her approach to accomplish goals better. Kathy expressed a willingness to work with and assist in development of programs for the transgender population. Okay. Core value, respect. Let's say be kind, listen to others, and embrace others' unique skills and knowledge. Employee comments. Catherine has a clear understanding of what is expected of her and is able to meet her obligations to the team. She can be counted on to keep track of her deadlines and work independently to meet them. Catherine has excellent listening skills. She makes others feel very comfortable in discussions by listening carefully and being sensitive to their perspective. She restates others' opinions to verify that she has understood them and asks for clarification on points she doesn't understand. Comments by Jennifer Thorpe. Catherine has built a number of strong working relationships both within the company and outside of it that have helped her achieve her goals. She uses her informal contacts to share information and to complete cooperative projects. Kathy has the ability to work with different teams and is receptive to adhering professional boundaries and the importance of staying in one swim lane. Okay. In this section, you will assess whether the employee is in compliance with each of the Joint Commission requirements. Select yes or no. Employee has completed all the Joint Commission requirements? Yes. Employee has completed all of the departmental requirements? Yes. Employee has all current licensures, certifications, appropriate, required? Yes. Employee has completed all population served competencies as appropriate, required? Yes. Mid-year comments. Okay, manager's comments. This is 5/10/2018. Kathy demonstrates the competencies needed for her role. She is well respected by the PICU team and a valued member of their team. Annual review, overall comments 9/24/2018. Kathy is a very experienced and skilled social worker. She readily shares her knowledge with others of the social work and PICU team. Other social workers reach out to Kathy for input because they value it. Okay. This section summarizes the employee's overall performance during the review period. So goals, 35% of the total score. Quality matrix 2.0 needs improvement. Engagement meets expectations. Financial stability meets expectations. Professional development, major responsibilities 3.0. Major job responsibilities 3.0 meets expectations 3.25. These are meets expectations. Core value, excellence and discovery 3.0 meets expectations. Core value, leadership and integrity 4.0 exceeds expectations. Core value, diversity and inclusion 3.0 meets expectations. Core value, respect and blah, blah, blah. Gosh, I can't even anymore. 3.0 meets expectations. Signature of the form, employee Catherine Beatty. Cindy Driscoll is the manager. That is 9/29/2018. Okay, let's see what else we have in here. This bag of tricks in the bag of defense exhibits. Okay, so that was let's see this now. My goodness, wait a second. Where did you just go? Okay, this is, let's see what this is. Another defense exhibit from trial. Get over there. Okay, this is the Daisy Award recognizing extraordinary nursing care. The Daisy Foundation was created in memory of J. Patrick Barnes, who died at age 33 from complications of a rare disease called idiopathic thrombocytopenia purpura. The foundation supports research along with services for families and patients. It recognizes the compassion and clinical skills of nurses with programs like the Daisy Award. What's the Daisy Award? The Daisy Award is a nationwide program to celebrate excellence in nursing. More than 150 hospitals across the United States present a monthly Daisy Award. The winner receives a framed certificate of recognition, a Daisy lapel pin, and a sculpture called a Healer's Touch. The winner's unit enjoys a special breakfast of Cinnabons, Patrick's favorite, to remind the staff members how special and important they are in the care of patients and families, and a Daisy Award banner is displayed on the unit. All nurses who are nominated receive a Daisy lapel pin and a letter recognizing their accomplishments. Who is eligible for the Daisy Award? Any nurse who has provided compassionate, high-quality care and has done an outstanding job of teaching, working with a team, being sensitive to cultural issues, and speaking up for your child when needed. How can you nominate your extraordinary nurse? Complete a nomination form and drop it in the award box located throughout the hospital. Nomination forms will be available online as well as at each nursing station. Is your nurse extraordinary? Tell us why your nurse should receive the Daisy Award. And let's see, nurse's name, Lindsay A. She works on 7 North, yeah. My nurse is very this is Maya writing this. Let's say, my nurse is very fast and super nice. Example, when I have to use the bathroom for anything, she will come as fast as possible. Maya Kowalski, 1/14/2017. Patient. Okay, so she seemed to be happy with the nurse. Let's see what else we have. Trying to get this on here. Let's see. Keeps driving me crazy. Oh, brother. Come on. Okay. Come on. Alright, let's try another one. Okay, let me go and try to refresh this because I think it's telling us we've been logged in too long or something. It wants us to refresh it. Hang on. Oh my goodness. Annoying. Super annoying. Okay, gotta log in again. Oh my goodness, this is so annoying. Okay. Back on. Back on. Okay, let's go. All right, let's see here. Come on. Oh my goodness. This is driving me. Okay. Come on. All right, let's go back here. Open this and see what this is. Okay. Let me pull this over. This is really good that we're going through this because this trial was so long and a lot of us like kind of checked out. Might have missed some of this. So this is good. This is an evidence exhibit record. And this says 9/21/2023. The judge H. Carroll. Okay, so WordPress blog created by Beata, Kowalski, October to December 2015. Then there's the Journal of Beata Kowalski, the Journal of Beata Kowalski, the Daisy Award nomination of Nurse by Maya, the photo of room 709, any and all billing records, Beata's email to Dr. Cantu, timeline notes, Jack Kowalski, email from Dr. Kirkpatrick, photos of Maya taken 1/6/2017 in the evening, photos of Maya taken 1/6/2017 in the morning, a Quorum Pharmacy Records, photo of Maya Kowalski at Johns Hopkins, Photo of Maya Kozlowski at Johns Hopkins, 12/24/2016 and 12/25/2016. Photos of Maya at the Homecoming Dance, October 2023. Photos of Maya at the Homecoming Dance, October 2023. Kathy Beatty Performance Evaluations, 2015, 2016, and 2018. Photo of Maya at the Homecoming Dance, October of 2023. Kathy Beatty emails. Okay, and then, so this is just telling us about all of that. No great Jake's there. Let me go back. Okay. That's nothing. That's okay. Let's put this over there. Okay. Now, this, you remember, Beata was writing a blog post that she was emailing to herself, but she was writing them as if she was Maya. And there happened to be that teacher that was really involved with Maya and going to the house had mentioned this blog with this woman, I don't know, she was a young woman who had that central regional pain syndrome, but she had a blog, and it was almost like Beata seemed to be wanting to, there's very, very disturbing. I found this is one of the most disturbing things in the evidence that I have found, and it's like she's getting off on this, like, she's romanticizing this illness and, you know, really talking about how she might die, and this really seems to be romanticizing this and just having like this passion towards this stuff, as you will see as I tell you. Okay, so, but if you haven't heard this, it should be pretty shocking to you. It was shocking to us when we first went over this, when this was happening at the trial. Okay, so this is Beata, December 21st, 2015. Subject is ketamine booster. I've been doing very well after the ketamine coma. Remember, she's writing this as Maya, but it's Beata. But I've noticed that some of my RSD, SS started to come back slowly around 12/13/2015. I started to have more allodynia to my arms and back. A lot of this is really, yes, she worked in the medical field. Yes, this is commonplace to her, but she was writing as her daughter. Now, I want you to remember that Daisy nomination that Maya wrote. Think about how Maya wrote in that Daisy nomination. My nurse is very fast. She helps me go to the bathroom. She comes as fast as she can. Please understand that that was written 2 years after this. We are to expect that Maya's writing this. That's what Beata wants us to think, but Beata's doing it. I started to have more allodynia to my arms and back. Pain started to come back slowly to my head, arms, and legs. Constant noise or loud voices really irritate and increase my headache. I was due for a ketamine booster around 12/8 to 12/15 per Dr. Cantu. The 2 doctors in Florida who administer these boosters were on vacations, and the coordinator was unable to fit me in their schedule. I guess doctors take time off around the holidays as well. We'll have to keep that in mind for the future. On Monday, 12/14, I found out that the earliest that I can get a ketamine booster in Florida would be 1/14/2016. I was devastated. My mom had to call Dr. Cantu and arrange ketamine treatment with him in Monterey. I got the okay for Dr. Cantu on Thursday, 12/17. My mom couldn't get switched her clients and couldn't get the time off from work that quickly, so my daddy had to fill in Mommy's shoes. I flew to Monterey with Daddy on 12/19, and on Sunday, 12/20, I got admitted to the Av Clinic Infusion Center for ketamine boosters. Sunday, I received my first ketamine booster, 250 milligrams of over 2.5 hours, followed by a few hours of rest, which was then followed by continuous ketamine drip at 5 milligrams per kilogram per hour until Monday at 11 a.m. Monday, 12/21, I received a second ketamine booster of 500 milligrams, followed by continuous infusion of ketamine at 10 milligrams per kilogram per hour. This ketamine drip will be continued for the next 24 hours until Tuesday. So far, I've been doing very well with the ketamine boosters and infusions. No adverse reactions, so no SE, sleeping more today than yesterday. Things are going very well. Okay, and that is exhibit 3155. So let's go to 3144. Okay, this is December 6, 2015. Since I'm sort of handicapped and in a wheelchair, WC, I am the last one to get off a plane, but the first one on. There is, if I'm on time, she means that is. The Houston airport is humongous. I got off on a totally opposite side of where I was supposed to catch the next flight. OMG. First I had to, and then this is like written strange, like she was writing something to herself because it was, a lot of misspellings and stuff. So let's see here. So we are at 3152. Okay, here we go. First of all, I'd like to tell everyone that I am getting better. I am just taking baby steps. First, I have to learn how to sit by myself, then learn to crawl, then learn to stand, and then learn how to walk. It is going to be a long process of recovery. The ketamine coma did work, and it did help me a lot. Most of the horrific RSD pain is gone. I still have pains, but they are less severe, and they are improving each day. When I woke up from my coma on Tuesday, the pains were gone in my legs, arms, and head. I had other pains in my mouth, throat, and back from being intubated and laying on my back for 6+ days. Second of all, my allodynia is gone, and my dystonia to legs has improved moderately. I can really enjoy now being touched and kissed by my mommy instead of experiencing agonizing, burning pain to touch. I love snuggling with my mommy and have my back and legs rubbed and massaged. Third, I can move my legs now, and I can even do crisscross applesauce. She has spelled it wrong. I think that's so amazing. I can also move my arms and even pull myself up on my arms in bed with just some help of my personal nurse. Fourth, all my lesions, ulcers to bilateral legs, right arm and back are gone. I just have the scars left as a memory. Since I'm still a child, the scars should shrink and fade away with the growing process. So there's a good chance for me to be, a beautiful young lady. Dr. Cantu says that I should see improvement, small steps every day, up to 1 month post-coma. During the next 4 weeks, I have to be treated very gently, like a fresh egg. I have to avoid any type of injury, like staying away from potholes, bumps, or accidentally bumping into things. Any injury can reignite the RSD again, so I kind of have to stay in a bubble for a while. The only one thing that I'm allowed to do when I get a little stronger is to swim in warm water. I hope the water is still warm when I get back to Florida. My biggest problem at this point is constant stomachache, nausea, and emesis. I cannot eat or drink much. My taste buds are altered and my appetite is very poor. My headache migraine returned few hours after the coma on Tuesday, and it seems to fluctuate anywhere between moderate to severe. Tramadol seems to help with the headache or a backache. Dr. Cantu seems to believe that my headaches will improve over the next month. The backache should improve also as my muscles and bones get stronger over time. I was DC'd from the hospital, discharged Saturday, late afternoon, 11/28/2015. What a fabulous day in history that was! Hoping to get some rest and sleep at the hotel before I head back to Florida. Dr. Rudy came to see me at the hotel on Sunday, since I have been so miserable with the ABD pains, nausea, and emesis as of Saturday night. He thinks I may have a stomach virus. Dr. Cantu came to see me this evening since the bad ABD pain and nausea continues. I continue to receive IV fluids via my PICC line since I got DC'd to the hotel. To keep me hydrated at least. Tomorrow I'll have lab work done in the morning, and then we will see what will happen next. Three, 1, 5, 2, that was. Okay. This is 11:25. Excuse me. Wednesday 11. This is 11/28/2015. But it's about 11:25. Despite the fatigue, it's been so nice not to feel pain. I was sore, but I don't feel the horrific RSD pain. Thank you, Jesus. I was so happy to have Mommy and Daddy here with me. Seemed like a happy ending to a long nightmare. The morning was really happy for me, but then I got a headache around 10 a.m., which shortly turned into a migraine. And then my back started to ache more, most like DT laying in a coma for 7 days, and then the physical workout I experienced as a result of ketamine side effects. I got some Toradol and things got better for a while. About 3 hours later, the migraine and backache was back, and my legs were aching. I started to worry that the ketamine coma didn't work. My mommy kept being positive and kept telling me funny stories from the past. I got some Tramadol also, which seemed to ease my pains as well. Dr. Cantu was very optimistic and told me not to worry. It's too early to tell how well the coma worked. Things should get better each day. Be patient. Let's see what that one is. 3151. So we're going to go to 3150. Ketamine coma, day 6, 11/23/15. Day 6 was fairly good day. God and Dr. Cantu are trying to give me a little break, save energy, eat, etc. Day 7. Ketamine infusion was stopped at 10 a. Versed, Precedex rate was increased. propofol drip was restarted for the next 22 to 24 hours to keep me sedated and comfortable while being on a ventilator. And because I am still a super girl, I still require super high doses of sedatives and additional boluses to keep me down. I wonder what will be my favorite drink when I wake up from coma. My temp started to increase at 4 p.m. I was getting Tylenol and Motrin for the rest of the night, alternating. Then the ETT began to really irritate the heck out of me. If they didn't have me restrained in this ICU, I definitely would have I would take care of that tube on my own. Feeling the ET tube gagging on it gave me nausea and emesis and bellyache. I knew then that my night was not going to be a piece of cake. Things went from bad to worst. Using this high-tech bedpan from Nightingale era made me feel as if I live in the 18th century or so. My poor mommy did not get much rest, as she was hoping for. She was helping me all day and evening from about 7 p.m. until 1 a.m. Monday night. I constantly had 2 to 3 RNs, a respiratory therapist, and my mommy helping me. Yes, my mommy was working and not getting paid for it. I guess I must be the biggest prize my mommy could ask for at this time. Lord, help me to speak life and truth. Let's see. 11/22/2015. 4 days of coma are over. Hallelujah. Today I had an awesome day. The best day out of 5 days of coma. Dr. Cantu increased ketamine infusion to 7 milligrams kilogram per hour and kept all the other sedatives at the same rate as yesterday. I am calm and resting peacefully for most of the time. I have amazing strength. My mom says I have superpower. When my body metabolizes ketamine and other sedatives, I start to move my hands, arms, and sometimes feet. I squeeze my mommy's fingers super tight. She said I almost broke her fingers a few times, and I felt real bad when I hurt mommy's previously injured left thumb. Her hand went numb after I grabbed it and squeezed it tight. Well, like I said, everything is going great today. My labs were good in AM. Infection markers are normal. ABGs are good. X-ray is WNL. I'm tolerating Immunex well. New tube feeds. Urine output is good. And the antibiotics are killing the bacteria in my trachea. My temp has been stable throughout most of the day. Dr. Adalia started me on fluconazole yesterday eve because some fungus showed up in my sputum. CX, I thought mushrooms were really good for your health. What the heck? It appears that by adding the fluconazole, my body temperature has been more stable. Even this eve, my temp is 37.7. Yay! The Mexican priest visited me again today, and he gave me the holy oils again. He prayed with my mommy for a long time over my body, and it appears that everything just got better after he touched my head with a special oil. Captain Abraham Campos and his mom Virginia visited me also today. They brought lots of amazing Mexican food for mommy. She needs the calories to keep a vigil. She needs the calories to keep a vigil over me and help me when I need help. They are amazing people, and I never met them until I came to Monterey. Thank you, Lord, for all these great people around the world that have been helping me. Auntie Sarah couldn't come today, unfortunately. She was preparing and practicing her speech about Jessica's RSD CRPS journey. She was speaking today at a local Catholic church in Monterey. My mommy said a prayer for her to give her strength during her PowerPoint presentation. My mommy told me Auntie Sarah did a fabulous job speaking about Jessica. Lots of people showed up at the church. Dr. Mesta came to church as well. He is such a wonderful man. He is the CEO of this hospital, and he has been very helpful into my case as well. His daughter, Andrea, beautiful young lady, comes to my room in the eve lately to help my mommy translate between the nurses who don't speak English. She's been so helpful to mommy, and she helps my mommy occupied at least for a while, and that makes me happy. Thank you, Andrea. I appreciate your help. I hope you can visit me one day in Florida when I'm better. My nurses were great today. Carol's took care of me all day, and now Cecilia is here for the rest of the night. Cecilia doesn't speak English, but she is a very good nurse to me. When I get better, I'm planning to start learning Spanish. Okay, I think I'm going to sleep really good tonight. The propofol infusion was just restarted. Hang on, I'm trying to get the... This is 3147. Where'd you go? Okay. Thank you, Jesus, and all my angels for helping me to get through 2 days of the coma. Last night was rough for me. My temperature went up again. I became more tachycardic and restless. The sputum gram stain came positive for Gram and Kochi, so they are going to continue for ABX, despite continuous high doses of ketamine, Versed and Presidex 4, plus extra boluses of ketamine, Versed, propofol. I was still waking up at night every 20 to 30 minutes. I was very restless all night and managed to tongue out about 3 inches of OGT. Ketamine gives me magical powers, and I acted like I was a supergirl. Today is coma day 3. Yay! I feel better today after Dr. Cantu increased my ketamine infusion to 5 milligrams per kilogram per hour. He also increased my Versed drip to 4 milliliters per hour, Presidex to 3.8 milliliters per hour. He also was kind enough to increase the ketamine extra boluses to every 1 hour on top of Versed boluses and propofol boluses. I have a very high tolerance for drugs. If I was a horse, I would be comatose or dead already. But things are totally different when it comes to a girl with RSD. My metabolism is super fast. My mommy says I am not a cheap date, and my daddy's response was that he feels deeply sorry for the lucky man that will marry me one day. My blood work was fairly good this AM. ABGs are good, temp went down, and HR went down. I am having a great day today. It's nice to get a little break here and there. Thank you, Mary, for listening to my prayers. Dr. Idalia had to advance the OGT and then take x-rays. They started to feed me again very, very slowly and changed my diet formula. Hopefully I'll tolerate it better this time around. All the doctors were here this morning and they told me I was doing great. Well, thanks, but I knew that already because my mommy tells me this intermittently throughout the day. Okay, this is 11:18. Hold on in 1 second. I'm just trying to see if I can get that. Okay. Unfortunately, things got complicated on Tuesday, 11/17/2015. My blood work came back bad. Potassium, magnesium, protein levels, albumin, globulin, etc., and HGB were low. And the worst of all, my cortisol level was 0. I was back in adrenal insufficiency. That was really the worst possible news I could receive this morning. Due to high risk for more complications from adrenal insufficiency, including death, my ketamine coma got postponed for another day. I had to be reevaluated by PEDS ICU doctor, who then consulted PEDS endocrinology for more brain knowledge. This disease is very rare, and especially more rare in children, so there is still many unknown phenomena. The doctors are still learning more about RSD each day from each new RSD case they get. My case will help other RSD patients in the future, and the hope is that maybe one day the FDA will approve ketamine coma in the U.S. It is really sad for American citizens to go out of the country to Mexico to receive this type of treatment. So far, I'm the youngest child in history who has developed severe generalized RSD in very short period of time, and I am the first youngest child in history who is going to be placed in high-dose ketamine coma. It's my last and only chance for better quality of life, getting rid of pain, dystonia, allodynia, and maybe a chance for being able to stand or walk one day again. This procedure is very high risk in my complex case due to the fact that I have immune deficiency, very poor nutritious status, and now severe adrenal insufficiency. I was told today I am a high-risk patient for developing infection, sepsis during the coma, difficulty weaning off the ventilator after the coma, needing blood transfusions, and total body failure and death as a result of adrenal insufficiency and other complications. Despite the risks and complications, there are several good things going for me right now. Are my young age, very early RSD, CRPS diagnosis, hundreds of angels watching over me, and God working through the doctor's hands and brains to get me in remission. I am hoping for miracle ketamine coma. About 1 hour after all the procedures were done, intubation, ketamine coma, I started to develop fever and tachycardia, 38.1, 140 to 160s. Fever continued despite the use of Tylenol and ibuprofen. The PEDS ICU doc, Dr. Idalia and Dr. Mariana, came back to re-examine me. At this point, unable to identify the source of infection. Continued to monitor. I had more labs done later in the eve. Infection markers, which were still WNL. Later in the evening, Dr. Idalia came back again to check up on me due to continued tachycardia, and then Dr. Cantu came to see me again. Things seemed to improve a little bit when Dr. Cantu was here. He's got magical powers. Temp came down and my HR decreased to 120 to 140. He said I was doing great and things seemed to be stable. My mommy kept vigil on me all day long and kept checking on me even at night to make sure I was doing okay. When mommy was taking a nap, the angels in ICU were watching me. The nurses are very good here. Even the guy nurses are great. I like Francisco, Carlos, and Pedro. They are my favorite nurses so far. Last night I had Cecilia and Francisco taking care of me. They always assign one RN or sometimes two RNs to take care of me. I guess I must be a lot of work. Sorry, guys, or maybe I'm just extra special. Hang on, gotta get to the... Sorry, let me get to... tried to get to, I clicked off of that to get to the, tried to make sure you guys were okay. Let's see, this is, we were right over here, I believe. So this is kind of crazy, right? Like, do you see how she's writing this and like talking about those things about her daughter going, sepsis, death, intubated, coma, tachycardia, I mean, but it seemed like she was romantic, like this was like an adventure. This was not something, I don't know. You I think a lot of you get what I mean about what this is, just strange, to say the least. Hold on, my thing is taking a long time to load here. I'm gonna get a drink right here while we're waiting. Okay. All right, so let's see here now. We got that one. Let me get rid of this one. This one was 3144. I'm going to get rid of some of these in order to not stress out. Computer's so bad, right? While we're waiting for the other side to open up there. My gosh, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, but I have to get the other ones up here. Okay, so that was 3144, around 3149. No, that was the one we just read. Okay, then we're on the next one, which is, let's see here. This, let's see what we're going to look at now. Let's see. Okay. Pull this over here. From Beata to Anthony Kirkpatrick. Hello. Update, we're in Monterey, still at NH Hotel. Haven't seen Dr. Cantu times 3 days. Very pleasant man. Met the other 2 ICU docs. Plan to do PFTs tomorrow. Tuesday, admit to Angeles Hospital. Full set of labs. Then IVIG. Wednesday, ketamine coma. Maya continues to deteriorate. Hydration and diluted are helping her get through each day of suffering. I thank you for everything you did for her, us. I'm very grateful for your help through this journey and sending us here to Dr. Cantu. Beata Kowalski. November 10th. Anthony wrote, There is no need for a visit before Thursday. I recognize that you're extremely busy under the circumstances. Beata, I forgot to ask. Would you like to see Maya before we leave? Would that make you feel more comfortable? I sent an email to Jim, Jocelyn, to call me back to discuss the situation of terminally ill. Thank you again for your time and understanding. Terminally ill, she wanted. November 22nd. Update, ketamine coma, day 4 from Maya's blog. I have been stable all day today. I think today is the best day of the week so far. Ketamine was increased to 6 kilograms per hour this AM, and I continue to fight strong. VS are good. Blood lab work has improved a little. Things are going well so far. I do, however, have infection in the sputum from the ET tube, gram plus minus coxi. I am getting 2 IV ABX since Thursday, and the doctors told me they are good ABX to kill these types of bacteria. FYI, I was already in the process of brewing the infection the day I got admitted to the hospital. Thank God. The docs gave me IVIG right away. Can you imagine how bad this could have been without the IVIG? I have terrific doctors at Angelus Hospital. I have fever last night, but it went down. I had fever last night, but it went down this AM, and it continued to stay down until about 5 p.m. Since I am a superpower girl, I am still receiving very large doses of Versed, Presidex for continuous infusion, and also extra propofol boluses to keep me in this coma. Dr. Cantu told me he has not seen a soon-to-be 10-year-old girl requiring this much of sedation. Well, what can I tell you? I'm just very, very special little girl. My mommy reminds me often not to give up hope, and I hear her every so often telling me what a great job I'm doing. I would like to thank everyone for praying for me and my family. Thank you to all the good people who have supporting me through this long journey. God bless you all. November 16th, Ms. Kowalski. Thank you for the update on Maya. Keep me posted, A. Kirkpatrick. From Beata to Anthony Kirkpatrick, November 16th. Hello. This is the one she already put down there. Okay, we already read that one. I know I put that twice. On November 10th, 2015, Anthony Kirkpatrick. And that's the same one about there's no visit. We already saw that one. Okay. This is 11/22/2015. This is Beata to Anthony Kirkpatrick. Hello. Here is an update on Maya from her blog. Hope you're doing well, Dr. K. And she put that one that we've already read. And then from Beata to Anthony Kirkpatrick, 11/23. Good morning. How are you, Dr. K? Update from Maya's blog below. Okay, we read that. And then Beata again to Anthony Kirkpatrick. The wine helped too. November 25th, Anthony to Beata. Emerging from a ketamine coma can be tough. Fasten your seatbelt. Beata to Anthony Kirkpatrick. Good morning. How are you, Dr. K? Update from Maya's blog below. Beata, December 1st, 2015. To Anthony. Wow, lucky you. Have a nice vacation. Could we make an appointment with you 1/6 Wednesday or 1/7 Thursday? Beata. December 1st, 2015. I will be out of the office until January 1st, 2016. Hope to see you and Maya then. From Beata to Anthony. The wine helped too. saw that again. We read that again. They put that in again. That's all repeated again. December 1st. Beata to Anthony Kirkpatrick. It says update from Maya's blog, 11/30/2015. And we already read that. So that is that whole thing. Now let's go to the next one. From Anthony Kirkpatrick to Tiffany Hansen. Tiffany, please place this email and the thread of emails into the patient's chart. So he wants this in the patient's chart. And he's putting her emails in there. Okay, and there's also the one, like when she said terminal, let's talk about terminally ill or something, right? Okay. Then those were all redacted. So let's go here. Okay, so this is from Beata to Beata. Fees for Cantu and the hospital there in Mexico. And it says 35,000 US dollars. Electronic payment, 18,000. The fees above are for the first 15 days of hospitalization. Includes the week for the coma and subsequent days in a regular standard room. After the 15 days charges will occur on a daily basis. Oh, that sounds great. Wednesday, November 25th, ketamine coma day, 11:24. Teach me faith, O God, and grant me hope. Today is my last day of coma. It's time to wake up. The morning was extremely busy. All the doctors were here discussing the plan for extubation and deciding on a new plan for continued sedation. I had 3 nurses, including Mommy, 2 RTs, Dr. Idalia and Dr. Cantu at my bedside, or running around my bed during this extubation process. First, they stopped the propofol for about half an hour. Then Carlos removed the dual OGT, and then the ETT was out. I was finally breathing on my own. Wow! It's amazing to feel the natural air enter your lungs and be able to exhale and cough on your own. I thought the worst was over. I guess I was mistaken again. Taking each breath in made my chest hurt. Every time I tried to swallow, it felt like a million knives cutting across my throat. I tried eating ice trips and lemon frappe, but nothing would go down. I continually used the suction yanker and kept on coughing and coughing and coughing. My chest began to ache from the physical exertion. Then the nausea and the dry heave started, followed by elevated temperature. I was up and down constantly, getting more exhausted with each hour. I was taking Zofran for ATC, but it really didn't seem like it was doing anything. I was on IV Tylenol for fever. Then Dr. Cantu started me on Toradol for my horrific sore throat. It did help, thank God, but the relief only lasted about 3 hours. Then tremors and shaking started. Just imagine having to deal with all these symptoms listed above all at once. I literally wanted to die again. I felt awful. I really didn't think I was going to make it through this day. Thank God Dr. Idalia gave me some extra boluses of Versed and this amazing sore throat spray, Vantol Bucopharyngeo. That's the spray really helped to take the edge off. Dr. Cantu changed the Toradol to Tramadol or else I'm not sure how I would get through the afternoon. It literally was hell on wheels. I continued to get weaker and more exhausted as the evening continued. I finally got a relief when Dr. Cantu came back this evening at 19:30 and knocked me out with the propofol infusion. It was the best thing ever. I didn't feel anything anymore. I was sleeping again. Thank you, Jesus, for propofol. Dr. Cantu removed my arterial line and my Foley cath while I was sleeping, and then just watched me in my room for a long time to make sure I was okay. My mommy finally got a break too. She even got a chance to use the bathroom while I was sleeping. She didn't have lunch or dinner today. She didn't have time to sit down or rest her feet for a few minutes because I was so sick today from the SE of ketamine. I was a lot of work today. I needed my mommy constantly to help me comfort me, and to advocate for me. I wouldn't let her leave my bedside for even 1 minute. She was going through her purgatory on earth. She was my mommy, my nurse, and my angel. Auntie Sarah came to my rescue today as well. She sacrificed her time with Jessica to help my mommy with Spanish translation and to help take care of my needs. She is an amazing person. She promised to make me some more cupcakes real soon as I feel like eating again. Yummy. Can't wait. My biggest surprise came in the night. Daddy flew in from Florida to see me and help my mommy. I was so happy to see him. He stayed up with me all night while Mommy took the night shift off, trying to get some sleep tonight. Oh boy. That was 3148. Okay, let's see here. Oh, there we go. I didn't see all of these emails. It's kind of even more disturbing than the first time. Okay, 3/21/2016. Here I go again. Another week of ketamine. This time I spent 5 days in Clearwater with Dr. Hannah, Heather, Alexis, and Loretta. They are such a loving, caring, wonderful bunch of people. They make me smile every day. I'm there even on days I don't feel well. This week I got a total of 5,000 milligrams of ketamine, ton of Versed, and a half a ton of Benadryl. My pain level improved significantly by Wednesday. Russ is back from vacation, and he's been pushing me to do more exercises with my arms and legs. I've been also taking 25 to 50 milligrams of oral ketamine before PT to decrease the pain associated with the exercises Russ has me do. Thursday AM was really hard. My leg and back were hurting me more, and I didn't feel like doing any PT this morning. I think I overexerted myself yesterday during PT and today. I'm paying for it. I think Russ needs to slow down on pushing me these next few days. I was happily surprised when I saw Russ's daughter today in PT. She helped me get through it today. Later, Tommy, friend who has RSD, joined us for PT, and we were all playing catch with a big ball. Time seemed to pass a little faster with the three of us. We're sharing the fun. I spent the Easter weekend at home with my family. I actually was feeling pretty good and was in good spirits the whole weekend. Thank you, Jesus. We cooked lots of food for Easter and shared it with my aunts, uncles, and cousins who visited us. The weather was nice also, so I swam in the pool and played with Kyle and my cousin Kelly. It was a great Easter Sunday. This week, this is 3/13/2016. This week, I had ketamine Monday through Thursday. Each day, I got 1 g of the good stuff. My therapist, Ross, is on vacation, not this week. I've been doing physical therapy with mommy and daddy before my ketamine treatments. The entire week went pretty well. I seem to have a little less pain around my port, but still it's very uncomfortable, and I have to be careful how I use my left arm. Also, my caregivers have to be very careful how they pick me up. It really hurts when someone puts too much pressure under my left arm or grabs me the wrong way. This weekend, I went to see Aladdin at the Venice Theater. It was an awesome show. The kids from Epiphany School did an amazing job. I hope to see them again in the near future. The weekend was rainy. I only got to swim and do pool therapy only one day. Uncle Bobby visited us this weekend, and we enjoyed my mommy's corned beef and cabbage for dinner. For not being Irish, she made super delicious corned beef in the pressure cooker. This is an email that Beata emailed herself about rsdhope.org, a site she wanted to keep there, and that was Defense Exhibit 3169. This is from Beata to Sister Francis, short version flyer MK. Here is a short version from Maya's flyer that I have used in the past. As of July 2015, I have been suffering from RSD CRPS. This crippling disease took away my independence, and I no longer can do the things a healthy 10-year-old could do. Most importantly of all, I cannot stand or walk, and I suffer from intractable burning pain. It feels like your body is on fire. Someone's touch only intensifies this horrific pain. I have had allodynia to my whole body, dystonia to my legs, worst being in my feet, due to the severity of my disease and very poor quality of life. I underwent ketamine coma procedure in Monterrey, Mexico. Since then, my pain level and allodynia have improved significantly. I am now able to get dressed and eat by myself. I'm able to sit in a chair without a belt around me, and lately I can even move around in my wheelchair without somebody's assistance. RSD CRPS is a chronic condition for which there is no cure at this time. My only hope is remission, which is possible with ketamine booster infusions, gentle PT, prayers, and my belief in God and miracles. Currently, companies do not pay for ketamine coma or ketamine booster infusions. Use of ketamine per FDA companies is considered experimental. As a result of this, the financial burden is on my family. Beware, RSD CRPS is a robber of life. Could please help me if you can? Sister Francis and Father Jack, thank you so very much for helping us. We appreciate it greatly. This is March 14th, and she says this is from the week of 3/7. This week I had another ketamine treatment. This time it was 3-day TX. Got a total of 2,500 milligrams of ketamine, plus magnesium, lidocaine, and Versed, the usual combo. On 3/10/2016, I had a surgery at ACH in St. Pete. Dr. Walford inserted a venous port for all future IV meds and blood work. I was so sick of IVs and being stuck like a pincushion that we decided it would be best for me to get a port. Well, have you heard the saying, the surgery went well, but the patient died? It was kind of like that, except I didn't die. Instead, I was crying and screaming from horrific pain and wishing I would rather die. I was in agony of pain Thursday and Friday after the surgery. Then the pain eased of a little on Saturday and a little more on Sunday. I was taking a lot of oral ketamine around the clock to lower the pain after my surgery. I had no sleep on Thursday night. I really couldn't do PT either. The pain was too much to handle. Couldn't go in a pool over the weekend. No pool times 7 days due to surgery. Needless to say, I had a lousy weekend. Mrs. Detert came on Saturday to give me math lesson. At least I had some geometrical distraction from pain. Week of 3/1/2016. This week I only did 2 days of ketamine boosters and 2 days of PT. The infusion clinic was solid booked, so I only received 1.5 GMs of ketamine total. PT went well. I did some ball exercises with my legs and arms. I pushed myself on the pony forwards and backward. It's a lot harder to do it backwards. And I paddled on the stationary bike. Believe it or not, that was a lot of work for me. On 3/3, I had a consultation with Dr. E. Walford, surgeon, regarding port placement. My veins are giving out. Too many sticks. Few infiltrations. IV falling out accidentally, all of which cause more pain to my hands and arms. On 3/4, I had an MRI with contrast of my pituitary gland under general anesthesia. Dr. Jackman is still trying to determine the cause of adrenal insufficiency. The reason I had to have it done under anesthesia is because my head, as a result of RSD CRPS, cannot tolerate loud noises. The pre-op part before MRI turned out to be a nightmare. Good thing my mom wasn't there. She probably would have lost it. My daddy instead had to watch me suffering through 2 horrific PIV sticks. Honestly, those 2 unsuccessful sticks were the most painful sticks I have ever experienced in my life. I cried and cried until they finally gave me the sleepy gas. And then the anesthesiologist put the 3rd PIV in when I was no longer responsive. To counteract the pains I endured and the stress of MRI on my body, the anesthesiologist was kind enough to give me the small dose of ketamine, 50 milligrams during the MRI, and then my mommy gave me 100 milligrams of oral ketamine when I got home. That did help, and my weekend was not ruined. I actually managed to get in a pool on Saturday and Sunday. Got to play in the pool with my friend Sophia and Kyle. My mom even got in a pool on Sunday, and we played a game. I did a lot of pool PT this weekend. What's even more important, I actually had fun being in my pool. It felt good to be in there again. It's 2/15/2016. The original plan was alternate ketamine boosters with PT for a 2-week period. After I was seen and evaluated by Dr. Hanna on 2/15/2016, the plan changed. By Monday morning, my RSD pain level got more severe, and it already has spread from my legs to my head and then to my back and arms. Also, some of the allodynia returned to my head and arms. Thank God the dystonia has not gotten any worse. Since the ketamine coma, the dystonia in my feet has been improving significantly. I've been so happy to see that my feet are straighter these days, and I'm finally able to wear some of my fun sparkly shoes. I get lots of compliments on my Hannah Anderson stylish Snickers that I got from Chiochia Regina for Christmas. I still don't understand why CRPS has happened to me. I get angry and frustrated every time it flares up in my body and I start hurting all over again. The breaks from pain I get are way too short. I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. Am I ever going to go into remission? In the midst of my despair, I am still truly thankful for the generosity and support of my family, friends, neighbors, and all of my supporters. Thank you all for helping me through this journey. Thank you, God, for giving me such caring and supportive parents. Without their enormous love and patience, I wouldn't be writing my blog today. As I mentioned earlier, I was going to get PT every other day this week. Since my pain level was a lot worse, I couldn't tolerate the demands of PT on my days off ketamine. Dr. Hannah recommended to do 2 weeks, 9 days of high-dose ketamine boosters to get rid of the pain and to incorporate PT during the boosters. This week I am getting 15 to 30 minute a day sessions and decrease the chances of RSD exacerbation. Next week I will try PT before the initiation of ketamine boosters. The goal is to increase my functional level, get me to stand and walk. Please pray for me next week. This is going to be a lot of work on my body. Sometimes things don't go as planned. I got sick with a cold or flu on Friday, 2/19. Hard to know the difference at times. I had a fever, 104 F. Really? I thought the plastic thermometer was going to melt. I had chills, a bad sore throat, and just felt blah. Spent the weekend in my bed or on the couch. Fever and cough continued on Monday. 102. So my ketamine, TX, and PT got canceled. My RSD pain got worse. The infection I had flared up. CRPS again. I had pain in my legs and back and arms, tingling in my hands. My mom and dad looked defeated. They didn't know what else to do for me besides giving me more of the oral ketamine. And I was thinking, how much longer can they handle this? 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I cannot deal with this myself. I hate being in pain. I cannot stand the taste of the crappy, awful taste of oral ketamine. It is the worst tasting medicine out there. Dad took me to see Dr. John, and he thought I had a sinus infection. Dr. John put me on an antibiotic twice a day for 10 days. Fever finally stopped on Tuesday, and I started to feel a little more like myself again, although the RSD pain continued. I was telling my mommy, I want 4 ketamine. Can we go to Dr. Hannah now, please? On Wednesday, 2/24, I went to see Dr. Hannah for my ketamine boosters and PT. I got my usual 500 milligrams of ketamine initially and then 1 GM during the next 2 days. I had PT on 2 days before my ketamine TX and tried my very best. You know, I didn't see all of these emails the first go round because we read some of them. I was following different trials. This trial was really just getting to me. It was ridiculous. I thought, now that I'm reading all more of these kinds of emails, my opinion has just got more. It's affirming what I believed 100 times more. And, you know, this is not Maya writing this. This is Beata. As I'm waiting for somebody to come in and say, oh, how could you critique that little girl's writing? This is not a little girl's writing. This is Beata's writing. Okay. This is March 4th. Oh, no, we read this one, right? I was telling Mama I want to try my very best. I thought this is 3164, so we've got to go to 3162, that's what I thought I had. Okay. The original plan was alternate ketamine boosters with PT for a 2-week period. After I was seen and evaluated by Dr. Hanna on 2/15/2016, the plan changed. By Monday morning, my RSD pain level got more severe, and it already has spread from my legs to my head, then to my back and arms. Also, some of the allodynia returned to my head and arms. Now, we read this, right? Why is it they put this in again? Hold on a minute. 3162. Why did they put that in again? And let's try this one. Okay, here we go. Here's another one. This one is from February 10th, 2016. I had 10 great days since the last day of my ketamine treatment. No pain, no contractions or spasms. I've been moving around in my wheelchair, WC, really well, using my arms and legs to push myself in all directions around the house. I've been also able to use my arms in order to transfer myself from the WC to a couch or to another chair. I've been also doing exercises on my humongous ball, sitting, balancing, and rolling on it on my tummy. It's kind of fun to do that. I'm able to get dressed now, including socks and shoes, and shower all by myself. That is a huge milestone for me. I have my privacy back. My appetite has improved, and overall I feel so much better. My sister, Corinne, and Ethan came to visit me from Wisconsin at the end of January. It was so nice to have them here. I was so excited to wake up every morning to play with Ethan. He is so much fun. I love him so much. He liked to play with my Hopkins, and that made me happy as well. I finally got my huge brown bear from Monterey back. Abraham, the pilot who offered lots of help to me in Monterey, flew the bear to the United States on January 31st. My family and I went to meet him and greet him at the Lakeland airport. It was so nice to see his smiley face again. He's always happy. It was amazing to see the jet he flew too. I wish I could get a ride in that plane one day. I spent the whole Saturday afternoon at the hangar with Abraham, 2 of my uncles, and my immediate family. It was so much fun to watch Kyle and Ethan running around the hangar and checking out different planes. I was chasing after them in my WC. We all were having a blast. I thought getting my bear back was the greatest hit of the day, but to my surprise, I got a flight lesson from one of the instructors. Can you believe this? I flew a Cessna plane. I was actually sitting in the pilot's seat while the instructor, Mr. Dave, sat in the co-pilot seat. This was an experience of a lifetime. I will never forget it. It was so amazing that now I dream of learning to fly a plane. I want to follow Amelia Earhart's footsteps. This week of 2/8/16, I have many follow-up appointments: pulmonary, endocrine, GI, pediatrician, and neurology. Seems to me way too many. Not sure I can handle all of them. The RT pain unfortunately started to come back slowly on Monday 2/8, and each day after that it will start to increase gradually in severity. It appears that it always starts in my legs, and then it travels to my head, then to my back, and lastly to my arms and hands. I guess the 13th is an unlucky number for me, too. I was doing so well until the evening of 1/13/2016. I had a very busy day today. Had a bronchoscopy early this morning with Dr. Wasil. Oh, she's a trip. My procedure was quick and I slept right through it. Since I was so hungry after the bronch, I talked my mom into stopping at Pacquiao Pacquiao Gelato in St. Pete. Their Oreo cookie and cappuccino flavors are supreme. After gelato, I took a long nap all the way home. Later, my friend came over, and we were baking cupcakes and a cake while my dad was supervising us in the kitchen. The cupcakes I made turned out great. I continued to play with my friend and Kyle through the evening. I was feeling pretty good all day, so I continued to play like a kid. My age should, I guess, for a while at least. I forgot about having RSD. Around 8 to 9 p.m. on January 13th, I developed a massive headache with blurred vision and pain in my legs. My mom said I looked like I had a stroke. The pain in my head was so intense that I could hardly say anything or explain what was happening in my body. My mom gave me several different medications to help with the migraine and the pain in my legs, and she kept massaging on my back, trying to ease the pain I was having. I could hardly sleep that night. The pain continued to be there when I woke up the next day. We called Dr. Hannah's office, and they managed to fit me in for urgent ketamine boosters the next Tuesday morning. That was the first available day, unfortunately. The pain continued to get worse each day, and by Friday evening, 1:15, this burning pain spread to my hands, arms, and back. Everything was hurting me again. I honestly couldn't deal with this relapse. I told my mom I was ready to die. Both my parents were comforting me as much as they could during this struggle. I didn't know how I was going to make it through 3 more days. That's when I could get the ketamine booster, finally. My mom called Dr. Hannah Saturday morning and explained to him in detail how miserable I was. Luckily, he was able to order my oral ketamine with the hope to ease some of my pain during the next 3 days. He also was going to try to move me up from Tuesday to Monday for the ketamine booster. Unfortunately, the pharmacy that was going to compound the oral ketamine was all the way in Palm Harbor, which is approximately a 2-hour drive from my house. Our family friend, Mrs. Bozina, was willing to drive to Palm Harbor that afternoon to pick up my medication. Thank God. Then my dad had to drive to Clearwater Beach to pick my meds up from her home. So it was evening by the time I was able to take the ketamine. Every time the pain eased off, I was able to fall asleep for a while. I was taking the ketamine ATC every 3.5 hours to keep the pain level down and to get me through the weekend. On Monday, 1/18/2016, I went to Clearwater for my emergent treatment. I was there for 4 long days. I received 500 milligrams of ketamine on the first day and then 1,000 milligrams each day thereafter. My dad went with me this time around and he took real good care of me. Unfortunately, my mommy couldn't go with me this time. I seemed to tolerate the ketamine bags better this time. I had a lot less nausea and a lot less ABD pain. I continued to sleep a lot after the infusion. I started to get better on the 3rd day of my boosters, and then the progress continued each day. I am so thankful again that I am better now, able to move around in my WC or scooting on the floor. Thank you, God, for making me better and giving me hope for life with a lot less pain. Okay, and this would be 3160. Okay, this is January 14th, and it's about January 6th and 7th. I had a follow-up visit with Dr. Jackman January 6, 2016. Adrenal glands are doing well on current hydrocortisone dose. My blood work looked good. The plan is to continue hydrocortisone 1.25 milligrams twice a day and repeat cortisol. ACTH lipid profile in about 1 to 2 weeks. I also need to take stress dose 15 milligrams in the event of any illness or fever. However, Dr. Jackman wants me to get Solocortef 100 milligrams before each ketamine infusion to keep my adrenal glands in good shape. Okay. I will also have an MRI of my pituitary gland end of January to make sure everything is okay with that. On January 7th of 2016, I had a FU visit with Dr. Kirkpatrick follow-up. It was really nice to see him, Greg, and the rest of his staff. I love his fish pond. He has a camera inside the pond, and you're able to see it live on his big TV screen. It is so cool to see all different fish swimming, eating, and playing around. Dr. Kirkpatrick did pain thresholds on my head, arms, and legs. He was very happy with the progress I made since the ketamine coma and then the ketamine boosters. He told me to continue pool exercises and swimming at least 3 times a week for 20 minutes. Let's see. This was from January 10th. It is about winter break. I've been doing really well since my last ketamine booster. My PICC line is out. Yay! No more pain or suffering during PICC dressing changes. I'm so thankful this thing is finally out. I've been swimming and playing in the pool almost daily. The weather's been so nice in Venice, so I've been taking advantage of our pool as much as I can. I feel stronger, and I have only mild pain to my legs and head. The headaches have been better, intermittent, and not as painful. My appetite has improved a lot, and I'm even drinking more water lately. I cannot tell you how thankful I am for finally feeling better. Thank you, everyone, for your prayers and support. I want you to know your prayers are working. I am getting better. Thank you, Jesus, for making this Christmas break, winter break, extra special for me. Okay, Christmas 2015. January 2nd, she wrote this. Merry Christmas to you all. This Christmas, I decided I didn't want toys, clothes, or shoes. I wanted to focus on the basics of life: health, love, family, and baby Jesus. Twelve 22/2015. Dr. Cantu gave me another high ketamine booster, 500 milligrams over 2.2 to 3 hours. When I woke up from this stuff in the early afternoon, I was ready to go back to the NH hotel. Dr. Cantu decided that I have received enough of ketamine over the past 3 days, and he was ready to discharge me from the AV clinic. I was dreaming of sleeping tonight on a nice, comfortable mattress in a nice hotel. Mind you, the hotel is connected to a shopping mall, so I could maybe go for a WC wheelchair walk later this evening, and do some window shopping. I might even have some chocolate mint gelato while I'm riding in my WC mobile. How awesome is that? I feel very well later this evening, full of energy, strong, and my pain was gone again. Yay! I am so happy. What a great gift is that? No pain for Christmas. I slept very well last night. I woke up happy and smiling and not CO pain. I am able to sit by myself and support myself so much better. I can bend my legs and arms in all different directions. How amazing is that? I got the okay from Dr. Cantu to start pool therapy 5 minutes a day after my PICC line comes out. After my PICC comes out, I can hardly wait to get this thing out. My arm itches under the dressing and I want to literally rip this dressing off. I think I better not do that. I may make my mommy really mad. Dr. Cantu also allowed me to start wearing ankle support shoes again in about a week or so for only 5 minutes a day, and then increase the time as my feet tolerate the shoes. I would much rather wear high heel shoes, but I guess I'll settle for some sparkly high ankle shoes for now. Do you think these shoes will be kind of boring? My appetite has increased after this last ketamine booster, and I'm even drinking more lately. My favorite thing to drink in Monterey has been chocolate or strawberry shake. Dr. Cantu was nice enough to get it for me personally and deliver it to me at Av Clinic. Do you know of any doctors that would do that for a patient in the U.S.? Wednesday, the 24th, I had a full day ahead of me. I had to get a taxi ride about 45 minutes to Monterey Airport, get on a flight, Monterey to Miami, get on another flight, Miami to Orlando, and then drive to Lakeland, another 45 minutes to Uncle Scotty's house for Christmas Eve dinner. All my family from my dad's side was going to be waiting there for me, plus my mommy and Kyle, so we all could have a family Christmas dinner together. I could hardly wait to see everybody. My day was really long. By the time I got to Uncle Scotty's house, I was pretty exhausted, but seeing all my family there happy to see me really perked me up. I was too tired to eat, but not too tired to open gifts, of course. I even managed to go outside in my WC and watch the Christmas car parade. It was pretty cool. Later this evening, my parents decided to drive home to Venice instead of sleeping in Lakeland. I finally crashed in the car and slept till we got home. 1.40 hours. Thank you, God, for making home safely for Christmas and being with my family. That's the best gift I received today. Amen. Okay, let's see here. Okay, this is November 19th. It's about 11/19/2015. Thank you, God. I completed and survived day 1 of ketamine coma. This morning was a little rough. I had some more complications. I am not tolerating the Pediasure via oral GT. My ABD is distended and I have gastric paresis. The intestines are not moving and the food just sits in my stomach. They had to stop feeding me and let my stomach rest. Also, the ET tube is irritating my throat and it makes me gag sometimes. And this morning it made me throw up. Thank God my mommy was right there and she helped me right away. And then the rest of the nurses run in to suction my mouth, lungs, etc. I have very high metabolism due to RSD, and my body just chews up all the meds very rapidly. So it's been a challenge to keep me totally sedated during this ordeal. Today, the doctors increased my ketamine to 4 kilograms per hour. They added another sedative, Precedex 4, in addition to ketamine, Versed, propofol. This should help me stay more sedated and stop the irritation from the ET tube. My temps started to go up again today, and HR went up again too. My labs were pretty good this AM, but due to my IgG deficiency and continued temp times 2 days, Dr. Mariana and Dr. Rudy decided to start me on antibiotics, which while awaiting the culture results, chest x-ray is normal at this point, no evidence of aspiration. Thank you, Jesus. Dr. Idalia and Dr. Mariana changed my OGT to soft tip dual GT with US guidance, where one lumen sits in the duodenum, the second lumen sits in the stomach. At this time, they are doing gravity drainage of my stomach and letting it rest. They also started me back up on Zofran and another med to increase peristalsis of the intestines. I'm feeling much better now. Finally resting, sleeping again. Thank you to all my angels out there for helping me. Okay, let's see what this is. Let's see what this is. Where did you go? Where did you go, Joe? Where did you go? Let me take some of these other things down. Close up some of these windows. We have way too much stuff open. Okay, let's see now. Let's try this again. Okay. Get over there. Okay, this is, let's see, IRS e-file signature authorization for an exempt organization. And this is for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital 2020. And so this is, what they were talking about, I think, in the damages portion of talking about that, but I'm not going to go into that right now. That's like 88 pages and it's too much. I'm going to see if there's any other little things we can go through, perhaps. try to do that real quick. It's fading a little, and I've got a big day ahead of me tomorrow and a bigger day after. So tomorrow is going to be like really crazy. I've got a medical procedure on Thursday, so let's see. I think maybe, just maybe, I want to come see what you're thinking of this stuff that we're looking at, that we're talking about. Here's my thing. Let me see what we can do here. So right now we are Right, this one here, I think. So let's see. This is probably another one of those, right? Let's just see. Oh, the docket has expired too. Please refresh the page to update the references. Where are you guys? I'm going to shut all of these. I can't get back to the chat. I can't get back to the chat. Trying to get back to you guys. Hang on. Trying to close some of these tabs. Oh my goodness gracious, come on. Wow. Okay. Don't go away. I'm trying to get back to you guys. Just hold on. Please wait for me. Come on. Trying to close more and more. Close more and more. There you are. Let's see if I can get back there. Please let me back in. Oh. Please. Please let me back in. I've got nowhere else to go. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. So let's see what you guys have been saying, because you guys have been here while I've been reading. Let's see what's going on. Okay. I'm going back in the chat to read what you guys are saying, because I want to hear what you're saying. Okay. Beata signed letters to Maya's doctors with X's and O's. Who does that? Janine said. I know, right? Pencilla, hi! You say, Kim Young, I just went back and read your comments. I think at some point it would become obvious which case your husband is on. I'm not sure how many cases were going on at the same time. And then if she started watching the trial and noticing the days this court was off, her husband was too. I'm sorry you're having a stomach ache, Pensilla, but I'm glad you're here. Kim Young says, Pensilla, why would she freaking show up in the courtroom, though? And why would she be running your mouth on a Facebook page? I'm not buying. There were other trials. Pensilla says, thanks, I'm just going to listen now. Kim says, Pensilla, but that's all just my opinion. I appreciate yours. Gary Keys says, hope you feel better, Pensilla. Kim says, her mouth, not yours. Sorry, my vision is getting really bad. Pensilla says, thanks, Gary Keys. Hold on. Sorry, I'm not feeling well. Okay, then they talked about the X's and O's. Janine says, Maya was underweight, but not 30 pounds. Exactly. I thought the same thing, Janine. There's no freaking way she was 30 pounds. Okay. Hi, 61. You just came back from going to Arkansas and Missouri for the 160th Battle of Pea Ridge. I'm so tired. Oh, boy. Hope you had fun. Kim Young said, only 4 months after being diagnosed by the mother, mind you, she puts her daughter into a ketamine coma. She writes emails to herself. She makes herself look like a hero. Exactly, Kim Young. I agree with you. And she tags celebrities in those emails to get money. Okay, let's see. Kim says she writes those emails in Maya's voice. I don't think that was normal journaling. The hospital saved that child, in my opinion. I agree, Kim. I mean, Janine. Kim, yeah. Kim, yes, Maya was always making mommy into a selfless hero. Kim says, Janine, yes, I think that kid learned how to be an attention-seeking from her mother, and she continues it till this day. I mean, you have 2 or more witnesses saying there was a very strange dynamic. Kim says, I often wonder if and when she gets older, say in her 30s or something, she looks back and sees the reality. Let's see. Janine says, Kim, young Maya's participation really made it complicated. Kim said, they need fall guys, or the case would have never made it. In my opinion, Smith and Beatty were it. Okay. Kim says, Janine, it was all learned and encouraged. Gary says, Kim, I agree. Kim says, Janine, but it's not like should give any money back or anything, LOL. I am betting on the court to do the right thing. Kim says, it's so refreshing to be able to share opinions about this case and not be attacked and berated for them. When you look at facts without emotion, you see everything a lot more clearly. I agree. Janine says, Kim, I don't blame Maya for anything that's happened. I do think she must have some understanding now. Gary says, yes, and people attack if you don't have the same opinion. So true. Kim says, Janine, she was a child, so I hold nothing against her for that. But she clearly was not honest on that stand. She was putting on a show, in my opinion, and I blamed her for that. A lot of lies, all again learned. Kim says, those channels play to their audience. They would have lost viewers if they went against their opinions. A lot of those people in those channels watched the biased documentary first. Oh, I know. I had a lot of people get very, very angry with me, Kim. Very angry. Kim says, those channels... Okay, let's see. Janine says, Kim, the lies aren't harmless either. I am worried for the safety of Kathy Beatty and Sally Smith. Hi, Philly Farmhouse. Kim says, yes, they gaslight you. They twist your words. It's like being in a chat room full of malignant narcissists. Exactly. Janine says, I watched the Netflix documentary and immediately thought Beata was unhinged and Maya was being endangered. You know what, Janine? I thought the same thing, and I felt like I watched it and everybody was like, oh my gosh, this is so terrible. And I was like, wait a minute, that mother, like, I didn't think she was doing right. She's rushing the kid to the hospital. She's videotaping her. I thought it was so creepy when she brought her to Dr. Kirkpatrick, and he's like, can I videotape this? Meanwhile, they couldn't afford the guy's treatments, yet he was using them for his commercials and testimonials. It was so crazy. Sorry, but I got a lot of flack. A lot of flack. A lot of really, these people that care so much leave some of the most horrendous comments you've ever seen in your life. They can't accept that somebody has a different opinion. Okay. Kim says, Janine, I fear for their safety as well. They need some security. There are crazy people out there. Did you see the clip of the one guy who was attacking Sally Smith before she went into the courtroom? Kim Young, Janine, wow. See? You got it right away. I don't know what's wrong with all the other people. Gary says, Kim, where was that clip? That's scary. Kim says the clip doesn't actually show him attacking her. He was outside of the courtland before she went in. It was the TikTok person that talked about it. But there's a clip of her TikTok showing him screaming. Janine says, Kim, yes, former military is probably well armed. Gary says, I hope she has some protection when she goes out there, Kim. Kim says, Janine, you saw it? It was unreal, man. Kim says, Gary, me too. But who can even afford that? They really need to sue for defamation. Kim says, I really want to stay here, but my eyes are so bad right now. I can't see anything. I'm going to be listening now. Kim says, I love it here, and thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming, Kim Young. We love you here, too. Janine says, Kim Young, it was posted on Reddit. I am certain it would be enough to get a restraining order, but they are pretty much worthless. High 61 says, I'm still here, just cleaning the house, LOL. Kim says, Janine, you're right. All this is a piece of paper. It does not guarantee protection at all. Janine says, Margot, does this channel follow true crime cases? Oh, Janine, do we follow true crime cases? You betcha. I have so many true crime cases. I follow, yes, of course I do. Deborah says, Janine, this is a true crime channel, but it's eclectic as well. Kim Young says, these people dedicated their entire careers to the safety and patience of children. It disgusts me that they have been treated like this, but I believe in karma. Janine says, Deborah, great, thanks. My kids are nearly grown, so I have time for my interests now. Great. Kim, I have to go to bed. Good night, and everybody. Hopefully this continues tomorrow night. Definitely. Janine, we do true crime crafts, auctions, lots of varieties. Okay, Kim said, good night. Janine says, Kim Young, good night. Hope to get to chat with you again. Okay. This is Under Sheriff's Son. Hi, has anyone been following the Baby Zeke case? Very sad. Baby Zeke? I'll have to check it out. Under Sheriff's Son, is that the baby that was found in the woods in Idaho? What's Your Sign said, the emails are so disturbing. I don't know how people can act like they're normal. I know that. What's Your Sign? I know. They act like that's totally normal. And if you say anything in any of these other things, they jump on you. You're, this is normal. Okay? Janine says, why would Maya include mom's nursing credentials? So weird. What's Your Sign says, because it's not Maya writing this, it's Beata. She's emailing it to herself to post to her blog. Janine says, what's your sign? I know, I'm being sarcastic. I see it more as narcissism from Beata. Liza says, how do we know that the mother was writing this, wanting people to think it was Maya? Sorry, that might have been covered. I'm not just unsure. Because she was writing it for a blog that was supposed to be Maya's. And it's written in Maya's voice. Let's see. What's Your Sign says, oh, okay, I see, Janine. I'm on high alert with all the people that act like Beata was doing nothing wrong. What's Your Sign says, Liza, she was posting it all on a blog, which has now been set to private. She could write it as an email, and then I assume copy and paste. She also sent these emails, though. Scooter McBooters. Good evening, Mama Rambling. Good evening, Scooters. You have been a hit with the shadow jurors. Shadow jurors? What are they? Scooter McBooters. Hi. Okay. To Kirkpatrick and other doctors. She wrote them while Maya was in a coma, so it's 100% not Maya, even if you would think a 10-year-old could write like this. Yeah, but look back at her, the thing she wrote about that nurse for the Daisy Award. It was nothing like this. Please, hello, let's see here. Scooter McBooters, excellent job with the chat. Wow, hearing this read out loud makes it even worse, Scooter McBooters said. High 61 says she goes on and on and on. Her behavior is annoying. Janine says Scooter McBooters, most disturbing bedtime story ever. Liza Ward says, what's your sign? No, definitely an adult writing this. I guess I want to understand Beata's mindset regarding these, like she was trying to trick the doctors, or was it just the way she decided to write? Let's see. High 61 says, I'm referring to Maya, not Carolyn, LOL. Scooter McBooter says, how is this even narrated as a baby book? Let's see. High 61, Carolyn. Let's see. Scooter McBooters says, hoo, with that emoji. Janine says, Liza Ward, it's hard for mentally healthy people to understand, but it's part of attention seeking. What's your sign? Liza, I think she wanted the attention, sympathy. She had seen blogs like this, and she was emulating. Yeah, I believe that. The teacher told her about that one, right? Janine, yeah, and it's super annoying. Which is 100% Janine. What's your signs? Of course, it really doesn't make sense why someone would do any of this. It's certainly not normal. Scooter McBooters said, when I uploaded these to Reddit, I didn't even read them until after I posted. They are very revealing of the situation. Scooter McBooters, I had only read some of them, not all of them. It's crazy now that I'm reading all of them. Okay. Antibiotics is ABX. Oh, gotcha, Scooter McBooters. Thank you. Janine, I don't think the GoFundMe accounts and fundraising efforts were allowed into evidence. Oh, okay. She had the, okay. Oh, Scooter McBooters said, Scooter McBooters, you can email that to me. You can ask Nightbot for my email, or it's in the video description. Send it to the truecrimechat.org address, please. I have the document of the GoFundMe. Thanks for the information. What's your sign? High 61 says she cares about her daughter, kills herself. SMH. Yes. I don't know. High 61, I don't know. I feel bad for anyone that takes their life and any loss of life like that. But I don't know. There's so much that doesn't make sense. Like, did she really take her life? Did something else happen? I don't know. I've got so many questions. Okay. I was reading what you wrote. Okay. Scooter McBooters said, what did Scooter McBooters say? Where are you? Hi, Julie W. Hi, Astute Recruit. Subbed. Finally, someone with common sense. Thank you, Astute Recruit. Okay. So let me see about Scooter McBooters. Kim went to bed, I know. Scooter McBooters, yeah, she was here, but she went to bed. Hi, amazing love. Where Scooter McBooters says, where were all these friends and family that were so supportive? Plaintiff's side in court was empty, and only a few testified. Interesting. Janine says, Kirkpatrick received all these nutty emails, but insisted there was nothing off the Beata. What a fool. But he also asked his nurse to document her emails in the file, remember? Okay, so, I mean, yeah, I think, let's see. When was this? There's a lot more to go over. We can finish tomorrow night. I know it's late. It's 2. I appreciate everybody coming in. I know we are in the minority with our viewpoint here, or even just talking about it, but it doesn't have to be our viewpoint. We accept people with all viewpoints, okay? If somebody thinks the opposite, they're welcome here. Of course they are. That's the thing. You can have a different viewpoint. I'm not going to jump on you at all. I'm not going to, I'm not going to treat you the way that people like that have treated me and other people of this community for just, and not even, we're not like calling people names, just politely saying we disagree with something or questioning something. You are completely jumped on if you don't follow their narrative. And that's wrong. And someone can come in here and politely state that, wait, I think this was not. I think it would say, if someone came in right here now and said, hey, you know what? I think those were normal. I think those emails were normal. I write like that for my child too. I document things in my child's voice. Okay, great, I'll say. That's fine. It is. If you want that, that's fine. Okay. I'm not going to jump on you. I really am not. We'll agree to disagree. And, you could even come up here and talk about how you feel. Okay, I have people here that have been here a long time that I know one that doesn't agree with me at all on this. And okay, it's not gonna change my, friendship with them. If it changes their friendship with me, then I guess there really wasn't much there. If a difference of opinion on a case is going to throw everything out, So I hope not, but I can tell you that if you have a difference of opinion, you're welcome up here on panel just as much as anyone else. Truly. As long as, there's just some things that you be respectful on either side. I don't sit there and call this woman horrible names, but I say there's something going on there, in my opinion. In my opinion, there is something going on there that's not normal. Okay? And I think Johns Hopkins did save Maya's life. I do believe that. Now, you want to jump on me because I said that? Well, I got jumped on in the other places. Jumped on. Okay. I think without their intervening, this child would have been on more and more and more drugs, and it was headed in a bad direction. Okay? It was 87 days. 87 days. Do I think they are responsible for what Beata did? No, they're not. People have terrible tragedies. In fact, and I'll tell you, and this is not going to be popular either, I have lost a child. A lot of my friends have lost children. She still had her daughter in the hospital. If she felt so strongly, she was able to lobby for her daughter. It wasn't over. She had another child. It wasn't like, that there was no hope. There was hope. Where there is life, there is hope. I have friends who have lost children and grandchildren in murders. Horrible at the same time. Now, you talk about that and they go on with life. They do. Okay, so I have different opinions, and I'm going to be careful because I'm probably going to be jumped on for my opinions, but they are my opinions, and I can say my opinions, but I know that people will be jumping all over me on. Okay. Thank you, Astute Recruit. But I do believe, and I do believe Beata needed help. I do believe she needed help. She was romanticizing, in my opinion, all of this stuff. the way she wrote those blog posts, the way she talked about her daughter dying from the ketamine coma, sepsis, she romanticized it, in my opinion. So, I don't know. I know that it's not popular with the Maya case. It's not, because almost all of the people that cover this case think a great thing was done. You were called evil? Yes, I know, Janine, and it's terrible. It's terrible. And some of the bigger stations, I mean, like the ones that carry the trials, that shouldn't be allowing like this bias, were just allowing this. Like one of my friends that was here just was like completely, like they jumped all over. And then you don't even want to say anything because they say you're cultish or we're cultish, but you don't let anybody have a different opinion. And like I say, I'm not stating it in a horrible way. I'm behind, but I feel the same way, and so did Sally. And I think some of you would be great to come up on panel and talk about this. Because, I do think there are some people that feel just like us, and they're scared. They're scared to speak out because of the backlash. But if we start coming out and start being very vocal about it, that we have a different opinion, and there is a different opinion, it doesn't have to be that, we're not jumping on anyone. So, let's get together on a panel. Let's talk about it. And I invite anybody that has a differing opinion, because we did this before. We invited people up with a differing opinion. One of my, longtime friends and ramblers and co-host kind of like person came up here, sat up here with me. She was you should go back and see that. And I'm sorry to say this, but at times, like, Scooter, are you here? And it's so funny that you're Scooter McBooters because she's Scooter, okay? Scooter, are you here? Let me see if she's here, because at first she was like, I think, feeling sorry for the family when she first started. Then she said to me, I can't stand to see the smugness, the arrogance. And it was getting to be that, everybody was saying, oh, pour this, pour that. The way that, wait, is that Scooter? No, that's not Scooter, is it? That's not Scooter Scooter McBooters is not Scooter. No, it's not, because you have a group or something, right? And a Discord. That's not our Scooter. But where is our Scooter? Our Scooter feels really strongly about this, and we got a lot of backlash. Okay? But remember when those pictures were shown of Maya at the homecoming? Oh, you're not that Scooter. I know you're not. So at the homecoming and at Halloween, and she was up on the stand and she flipped it for a minute, and you could see this anger in her. Did you catch that anger in Maya on the stand? Like, oh, you went through my social media? It seemed like when they were going out, the lawyers, did you see them when they got the verdict? And they were like laughing. They were looking at it. They were laughing, slapping each other on the back. And I said, like, oh, look at the father. He's planning on, like, am I going to the Lamborghini dealer after this, or should I go for a Ferrari? And yes, We never have to work again in our lives. Yes, it was so, I don't know, the father especially just seemed, they already won $2.5 million. And it just seemed the arrogance and the greed on this was ridiculous. Ridiculous. To me, it did. And I believe Maya would not be doing as well as she's doing right now if she didn't get off all of that stuff. No, I know it's not, Deborah. If she didn't get off all of that stuff. And I do think they got her off that stuff. And I don't think that she was in a good state. And I think even if they hadn't intervened, she may not even be here today. Because I don't think it was going to go well. I think she was going to be brought down more and more roads of comas and medication and just a life like that. Yeah, astute, right. It's crazy and smugness and just, I'm sorry, I saw what appeared to be like, a real phoniness and a lot of that. And it turned me off. It did. And all these people were like, in every chat, it's so black and white for these people. Do you know what I mean? They can't even, like, it's very childish, immature thinking. Okay? Because they cannot, I'm team Maya, I'm team this one, and they can't say, well, let's see. I care about this child. To me, this child was abused. This child was abused. When I watched that documentary and I saw her in that ketamine coma, that made me sick. Do you understand? I saw that. I felt like, okay, we watched it together in a Zoom, as a movie night. And some were saying like, oh my gosh, look what they did in that horrible social worker and look what she did and look what, but I was seeing like, this mother's not acting normal. Like she's videotaping her daughter. Like, how's the pain now? And then I tell you, I was so turned off by that Kirkpatrick part. So, and here's what I don't understand, Astute. She is a brilliant girl, right? She gets straight A's. Why are they like setting her up to fail? Why are they saying, oh, she'll never be able to work? And we'll say, she'll not. Why can't she work? Why? Why are they setting it up that she's an invalid or something? Why would she even want that, right? She is very intelligent. Why doesn't she want to go and do something amazing with her life? Like, what I didn't hear? Like, I don't hear them say, oh, we want to take this money and open, a treatment center. Not with ketamine, but, like something to give back. I haven't heard that one time. Now, maybe they said it. I didn't hear it one time. I just don't understand why she wouldn't want to do something and wouldn't say, look, I can do something. Look at me. They talk about that miracle cure. She's a miracle now compared to what she was on all this ketamine crap. All of that medication, in a tiny child, that's abuse to me. That's abuse to me. That's medical abuse. I think that's my opinion. That's my opinion, and it's not a popular one. It's not popular. And a lot of people, I'll tell you what it is, can't separate a situation that they've been in. So let's say a hospital has really wronged someone. Then they set their sights on Johns Hopkins, and we're going to stick it to them. But what a hospital might have done wrong to you or you or you doesn't mean that they did wrong by Maya. And because a big hospital might have screwed you over, it doesn't mean they did wrong by her. But it's like a witch hunt, right? And then people may, and there's a lot of people whose child has something that maybe they've been accused of Munchausen, something else, and it wasn't that. And then they can't stop that. So they take all of that from their own case, and they won't think that, well, maybe this isn't like their own case. It seems like their own case from the outside, but maybe it's not, right? Maybe it's not. But there is no maybe it's not. It's like, it's black or it's white. She had one job at Applebee's. I think it was Cracker Barrel, and then the woman looked like Kathy Beatty, right? And she had to stop. Yes, I agree. And if she couldn't carry the trays, well, there were plenty other jobs where she didn't have to carry trays. Why couldn't she, work in as a cashier at the supermarket? Why couldn't she work in the library? Why couldn't she, do 100 other things where she doesn't have to carry a tray? And so, okay, so you're saying that what about so many of us, right? How many of us have PTSD from something? But we don't have the ability to shut our life off, right? To say, I'm not going to go out because somebody might remind me of somebody I have PTSD about. Most of us don't have the ability to do that. And to me, that's where it was like, she was acting like just, I don't know, like what? It was just infuriating. Exactly. 260 million for what? And what about the other people, right? What about other people who, let's say, have lost a child through medical negligence, who have, really have a case? They're not even heard. But then you have, like, it's so unbalanced. $260 million after $2.5 million. And there are people that have horrific things happen. They have a leg cut off, right? I think people that even had the wrong leg cut off didn't get anywhere near that. Now that's pretty bad. You go into the hospital and they cut the wrong leg off, so now you have no legs because they have to cut the other one off, right? It's just crazy. They also become successful. Exactly. They do. No one's a write-off. The way they said, and they set it up like, oh, she's not going to be able to work. Well, let's see her life expectancy of yada, yada years. Then this is to be this. That was insane. And then her brother can't work because he has PTSD. And this one can't work because she has PTSD. It's like, and what about all the other people that have had horrific things happen to them? I don't see anybody saying, I don't see people talking about Alex Murdaugh's victims, that he took their money. Their mother's dead, okay? And he took their money, and they're not getting $260 million. And those kids, they're developmentally, one of them is developmentally disabled, and it took about PTSD and everything. Or, mothers that have over there in Murdoch that lost their child in a horrific accident, and then they were screwed over. And, I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. Buster has a job. Exactly. But I'm not talking about Buster. I'm talking about the housekeeper who was, I believe she was killed by. It's just. Well, he lost his entire family, yeah. But I mean, I'm talking about that. Look at the housekeeper's son, though. Tony and his brother. And Mallory Beach, who lost her life on that boat. I mean, there's so many people. Really, what is a lawsuit? What did somebody, win in a lawsuit that had the wrong limb amputated? Is John Wasaki okay? I hope, John Wasaki, you're okay. What about that? They're referencing to PTSD of losing a parent and being able to work. And unfortunately, Gloria Satterfield, yeah. You've got so many people who have lost parents at a young age, and some in horrific things, murders in front of them. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's just, it seems it's crazy to me, the amount of that. It is crazy to me. And I think I saw more people like in those chats going, yeah, stick it to Johns Hopkins, stick it to them. Like they're horrible. So people were taking experiences at a hospital or something. It's just like saying somebody had like a bad experience with whatever. And you're putting it out there. So maybe, okay, somebody is screwed up in a hospital, or and it's just like they just put it out there, and then anybody that was with that agency is terrible, horrible. I hear you, Astute. When my mother passed away, okay, I was finishing my college degree. I had I knew my mother would want me to finish. Now, I could have said, oh, I'm just going to take a break from school and this and that. I didn't. I kept going. Because I knew that's what she would want. But I mean, I don't know. Thanks, Astute. You too. Okay. I don't know. It's just, but see, I could see if but she apparently is doing, something to have like really, really good grades. And it looks like she's like really, really bothered by like school. If something happens that triggers her anxiety. And so you think she would like want to go on to do something, right? I don't know. I think why all of this like you don't want to do anything. You don't want to do anything. You don't want to do anything. And I think like there's so many things I think I better be careful. I have enough haters as it is. People that just hate me for my opinion, right? It's so silly. It's my opinion. But anyway, we will finish tomorrow night. What we're going to do now to unwind is just do the daily word game, and then why doesn't she become a doctor in special? Exactly. I was thinking the same thing, Scooters. Why doesn't she open up a hospital that does nothing but treat these people if she knows like what it's been through? Why doesn't she become, somebody that understands what they're going through? I don't know. Really? She got nasal and wow. I don't know. I don't know. I think she was abused medically. I think then she got certain amount of attention and maybe love and admiration from her mother when she maybe acted a certain way. I think she had a dependency on these drugs, okay, because she was given everything. I mean, she was given these cocktails, these propofol, all of this is to me that is abuse. That whole ketamine thing is abusive. That's scary. That scared the crap out of me. I don't know how people think that's okay. And it's all in certain perspective. Like, it's like the ones that have decided like this was okay, they have to stay on this road. They can't change their mind. They can't say, I was thinking that this was this way, but then when I saw these emails because that's what happened. I saw this documentary. Later on I saw these emails. Now I've seen more of these emails. And I just can't say this is okay. In my opinion, it's not. I'm sorry if you don't agree with me. It doesn't mean I hate you. It doesn't mean you're not welcome here. See, I can be an adult and have a civil discussion with you. It's not like how we're treated most of the time. Okay, so let me get the word game. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's crazy. But mean and nasty. I mean, nobody could have a differing opinion. Anybody came in there with an opinion, they just ganged up, and it didn't matter what chat you were in. You could even be in one of the smaller news chats, and they were still on you. It's really crazy. I don't know. Okay, so let me just see here. 5-day ketamine comas are unlicensed for kids here. It's FDA regulated. Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, to go to oh my gosh. And I don't know. I just it's horrible, horrible to me. I'm sorry, horrible. The K coma was insane. Yes, I think it was. It scared the crap out of me. I remember I was falling in and out of sleep watching that, and I was like, what the heck? And then just like I don't know, the father. There's so much stuff about her taking her life that doesn't add up for me, and I I don't know. I just so much. I'll grow. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Dad. It's just crazy. All right, we did it. We did it. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. I may be on during the day with a craft I have. I'll see how I feel. I've got to start this like crazy thing tomorrow, but I'm going to come on. I did it the last time. I will be on in the evening. I will try to be. You're getting it, and we will finish going through some of this. And I'd love to have some of you come on up. So please think about coming on a panel, and you don't have to show yourself. Make your voice be heard. You know, maybe if we speak out a little more, there'll be a lot of people that are scared to speak out that'll come forward, you know? All right, guys. Love you. God bless. Prayers. Have a great night. Thank you so much for coming and for the nice, kind words and everything else. Thank you for being kind. Love you guys. God bless. Be good. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.